I don't go into the woods anymore. I don't even like looking at my own reflection in the bathroom mirror when the hallway light is off behind me. People call it paranoia or a midlife quirk, but they weren't there. They didn't see the way the glass seemed to ripple like water in a place where the air was bone dry and dead. Back in 2014, I was 24 and possessed by that specific brand of youthful arrogance that makes you feel invincible. I was a freelance architectural photographer, or at least, that's what I told my parents to justify why I was living out of a kitted-out Subaru Forester. I spent my weeks scouting abandoned properties across the Pacific Northwest. I liked the silence of decaying places. I liked the way dust motes danced in pillars of light in rooms that hadn't seen a human footprint in decades. I thought I was the observer, the only living thing in a world of ghosts. I was wrong. It was late October, up near the Skagit River. I'd heard rumors of a Victorian-style farmhouse that had been swallowed by the forest after a series of mudslides in the 80s. It wasn't on any modern map, just a blurred shape on an old topographical survey. I found the trailhead, if you could even call it that, around 3:00 p.m. I knew I was losing light, but the adrenaline of a new find pushed me forward. I told myself I'd just do a quick walkthrough, maybe snap a few wide-angle shots of the exterior, and hike back out before the sun dipped behind the pines. The house was a skeleton. The white paint had long ago peeled away, leaving gray, weathered wood that looked like old bone. It sat in a clearing where the trees seemed to lean away from the structure, as if even the flora was trying to keep its distance. There was no wind that day. Everything was unnaturally still. I remember the sound of my own breathing felt too loud, too intrusive. I stepped onto the porch and the wood didn't even creak. It felt solid, dense, and unnervingly cold. I pushed the front door open. It wasn't locked. It didn't even have a handle. It just swung inward with a heavy, muffled thud against the interior wall. The air inside smelled of wet earth and something else, something metallic, like copper or old pennies. I clicked on my tactical flashlight, the beam cutting through a layer of dust so thick it looked like gray snow. The furniture was still there, draped in rotting plastic covers. It looked like the previous owners had prepared for a move they never finished. I made my way toward what I assumed was the master bedroom on the first floor. That's where I saw it. Leaning against the far wall was a massive floor-to-ceiling pier mirror. Its frame was ornate, carved with heavy oak vines that looked like they were strangling the glass. It was the only thing in the room not covered in plastic. It was pristine. Not a single crack, not a smudge of grime, despite the ceiling above it having partially collapsed. I stood in front of it, checking my camera settings. My reflection looked back, a tired guy in a North Face jacket, holding a Nikon, face partially obscured by the flash housing. I adjusted my focus. Then the first anomaly happened. I shifted my weight from my left foot to my right. In the reflection, I saw myself move, but there was a delay. It was a fraction of a second, the kind of lag you get on a bad Skype call, but it was there. My physical body had settled into its new position, but my reflection was still mid-motion for a heartbeat longer than it should have been. I froze. My heart gave a singular, heavy thud against my ribs. It's the light, I told myself. The flashlight is playing tricks with the silver backing of the glass. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my hands. I reached up with my left hand to wipe a bead of sweat from my forehead. In the mirror, my reflection didn't move. It stayed there perfectly still, staring at me with its hands still gripped tight around the camera. Its eyes weren't looking at my eyes, they were looking at my throat. I didn't move a muscle. I couldn't. The rational part of my brain was screaming that this was a hallucination caused by mold spores or the thin mountain air. But the primal part, the part that kept our ancestors alive in caves, was screaming that I was no longer alone. Slowly, with agonizing deliberation, the me in the mirror began to move. It didn't mimic my previous gesture. It didn't wipe its forehead. It smiled. It wasn't my smile. My smiles are lopsided, usually showing a bit of my front teeth. This smile was wide, stretching far past the corners of the mouth, revealing rows of teeth that looked too sharp, too numerous. The reflection's head tilted to the side, a slow, sickening crack echoing from asterisk inside the glass, while I remained perfectly upright, paralyzed by a cold that felt like it was freezing the blood in my veins. I tried to back away, but my legs felt like lead. I managed one stumbling step backward. The reflection didn't step back, it stepped asterisk forward. The surface of the mirror didn't reflect the room behind it anymore. The background in the glass began to darken, turning into a deep, abyssal black that had nothing to do with the dusty bedroom I was standing in. The reflection reached out a hand that looked like mine but with fingers that were just an inch too long, and pressed it against the inside of the glass. The glass didn't clink, it asterisk squelched. I saw the silver surface ripple and deform under the pressure of those fingers. A faint, rhythmic tapping started. Tap, tap, tap. It wasn't coming from the room, it was coming from the other side of the mirror. "You're not real," I whispered. My voice sounded thin, like paper tearing. The reflection stopped tapping. It leaned its face right up against the glass, its nose flattening against the surface. It mimicked my speech, its lips moving in perfect sync with the words I had just spoken, but no sound came out. Instead, a foul, sulfuric smell began to leak from the edges of the frame. That was the moment the logic shattered. There was no trick of the light. There was no optical illusion. Something was wearing my skin on the other side of that threshold, and it was trying to find a way out. I bolted. I didn't grab my tripod. I didn't care about the $3,000 camera setup. I turned and sprinted for the door, but the house had changed. The hallway that had been 10 feet long now seemed to stretch into a tunnel of rotting wood and shadows. Every door I passed was wide open now, and from every dark room I could hear it, the sound of glass breaking. Not all at once, but a slow, methodical shattering, as if dozens of mirrors were being stepped through. I reached the front door and threw myself onto the porch. The sun had dropped below the horizon, plunging the woods into a deep, bruised purple twilight. I didn't stop. I ran for the Subaru, my boots skidding on the damp pine needles. When I reached the car, I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so violently I dropped them twice. I looked back at the house. The reflection, the thing that looked like me, was standing in the front doorway. It wasn't running. It was just standing there perfectly still, but it wasn't alone. Behind it, in the windows of the upper floor, were other shapes, dozens of them. They all had my face. They all had my jacket, and they were all watching me with that same impossible, wide-mouthed smile. I dove into the car, cranked the engine, and slammed it into reverse. I didn't look at the rearview mirror. I couldn't. I kept my eyes locked on the road ahead, driving with a reckless desperation that should have sent me off a cliff. I didn't stop until I reached a gas station 2 hours away in a well-lit town. I sat there under the buzzing fluorescent lights, gripping the steering wheel until my knuckles went white. I eventually caught a glimpse of myself in the side view mirror. It was just me, tired, pale, and terrified. I drove straight to the local sheriff's office. I told them I'd been hiking and found a squatter in an abandoned house. I couldn't tell them the truth. They would have put me in a psych ward. The deputy behind the desk, an older guy with a name tag that read Miller, didn't even look up from his paperwork. "The old Blackwood place?" he asked, his voice flat. I think so. The Victorian at the end of the mudslide trail." Miller finally looked up. His eyes were tired, but there was a flicker of something, pity maybe, in them. "We don't go up there, son. Not since the 80s. People go in and they come out. Different, or they don't come out at all." "There's something in there," I insisted. "A mirror, it." "I know what's in there," Miller interrupted. He leaned forward, the light reflecting off his glasses so I couldn't see his eyes. "Do yourself a favor. Go home. Cover your mirrors for a few days. If you still feel like someone's watching you by Friday, move to a different state. I didn't ask questions. I drove home to my apartment in Seattle. I covered every reflective surface with bedsheets and duct tape. I stayed in the dark for 3 days. It's been 10 years. I moved to the Midwest where the land is flat and there are no old, suffocating forests. I have a normal job now. I have a wife and a daughter. But sometimes when I'm brushing my teeth, I'll see a slight flicker in the corner of my eye. A delay, a lag. And last night I found a small, handwritten note tucked into the back of my medicine cabinet. It was in my handwriting, exact, down to the way I cross my T's. It said, "Move over. It's my turn to watch." Don't go looking for the things the world tried to bury. Some reflections aren't meant to be seen, and some doors, once opened, can never be closed, even if they're made of glass. The ink on that note didn't just look like my handwriting. It smelled like the basement of the Blackwood place, a cloying, metallic scent that clung to the back of my throat. I stood in my brightly lit suburban bathroom, the vent fan humming a mundane domestic tune, and felt the floor tilt beneath me. My wife, Sarah, was downstairs putting our daughter, Maya, to bed. I could hear the muffled rhythm of a bedtime story, a sound that should have been my anchor, but instead, it felt like a broadcast from a world I was no longer a part of. I didn't tell Sarah. How could I? Hey, remember that quirk I have about mirrors? Well, the reflection I left in a haunted house 10 years ago just left me a sticky note in the medicine cabinet. She already tolerated my refusal to have a mirror in the master bedroom. She already accepted that I shaved by touch in the shower. To bring this into her light would be to invite the shadow to notice her too. I spent the next week in a state of hypervigilant exhaustion. I began to notice the lag more frequently. It wasn't just in the bathroom anymore. It was in the polished chrome of the toaster, the darkened screen of my smartphone, and the glass of the oven door. It was always the same, a microsecond of stillness where there should have been motion, a heartbeat of delay that suggested the person on the other side was getting tired of the choreography. On Wednesday, I was at the grocery store. I was reaching for a carton of milk in the refrigerated section when I saw it. The glass doors of the dairy aisle were tinted just enough to act as a dark mirror. As I retracted my arm, my reflection stayed extended. The me in the glass kept its hand pressed against the cold surface, its fingers splayed wide. I stopped, my breath hitching, staring at my own face in the glass. The reflection didn't smile this time. It looked hollow. Its eyes were sunken, the skin gray and papery, like a fruit that had been left to prune in the sun. It looked like I would look if I had been trapped in a dry, dead house for a decade. It leaned in, its forehead touching the glass from the inside. I backed away, hitting a display of bread, but I couldn't tear my eyes away. The reflection's lips moved. No sound came through the heavy triple-pane glass, but I didn't need to hear it. I could read the shapes. Let me in. I abandoned my cart and ran. I drove home at 80 miles an hour, my hands slick with sweat on the steering wheel. I burst through the front door, startling Sarah, who was folding laundry on the couch. Elias, what's wrong? Where are the groceries? I forgot my wallet, I lied, my voice cracking. I need to lie down, migraine. I locked myself in the guest room, the only room in the house where I'd already surreptitiously covered the small decorative mirror with a heavy tapestry. I sat on the edge of the bed, my head in my hands. The note in the medicine cabinet hadn't been a prank. It had been a warning, or perhaps a status report. The transition started small. That night I woke up because the room felt too cold. Not the chill of an open window, but a localized, biting frost that seemed to emanate from the wall where the tapestry hung. I sat up, my heart hammering a frantic code against my ribs. In the dim glow of the street lamp outside, I saw the tapestry move. It wasn't a breeze. Something was pushing against the fabric from behind. A hand, distinct, five-fingered and desperate, was silhouetted against the heavy weave. It was tracing the shape of the frame underneath, searching for a gap, a way to pull the veil aside. Get away, I hissed, my voice a dry rasp. The hand stopped. Then the fingers curled, clutching the fabric. A voice, my voice, but stripped of all warmth, sounding like wind whistling through a ribcage, whispered from behind the cloth. "It's so dark in here, Elias. You have the sun, you have the air. Why do you get the air?" I scrambled off the bed, backing toward the door, but my foot caught on the rug. I fell hard, my shoulders slamming into the nightstand. As I scrambled to my feet, I caught sight of the window. The glass of the window didn't show the backyard. It showed the master bedroom of the Blackwood farmhouse. I saw the collapsed ceiling, the dust motes dancing in the moonlight, and the ornate pier mirror leaning against the wall. And in that mirror, inside the reflection of the room, I saw myself. Not the monster, but me asterisk, the real me, wearing the clothes I'd worn in 2014, looking terrified, holding a Nikon camera. I realized then with a soul-crushing certainty, the man who had driven away from the Skagit River 10 years ago wasn't the same man who had walked into that house. Or rather, the pieces had been swapped. I was a copy that had managed to convince itself it was the original, and the lag was the universe finally trying to correct the error. I didn't sleep. I spent the rest of the night in the kitchen, sitting under the harshest LED lights I could find, clutching a kitchen knife I knew would be useless against a ghost. When the sun finally rose, the house felt empty. Sarah and Maya left for school and work, leaving me in a silence that felt heavy and expectant. I knew I couldn't stay. If I stayed, the swap would finish. I could feel my own memories starting to fray at the edges, turning gray and brittle. I struggled to remember the smell of my mother's cooking or the feeling of the sun on my face during my childhood. When I tried to picture my wedding day, all I saw was the silver backing of a mirror, a distorted gallery of faces trapped in glass. I called out of work and grabbed a duffel bag. I didn't pack clothes. I packed every roll of black duct tape I owned, a heavy-duty flashlight, and a sledgehammer I'd bought for a landscaping project I never started. I had to go back to the Skagit River. The drive took 2 days. The further west I went, the more the world seemed to lose its saturation. The greens of the trees looked like charcoal sketches. The blue of the sky was a pale, sickly wash. I was losing my tether to the physical world. Every time I passed a car with tinted windows, I saw myself inside the other vehicle, staring back with an expression of predatory hunger. I found the trailhead by memory, though the forest had tried its best to erase it. The mudslides of the 80s had been followed by decades of aggressive overgrowth. The path was a graveyard of fallen cedars and waist-high ferns. I hiked with the sledgehammer slung over my shoulder, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The air grew cold, that specific metallic cold that smelled of old pennies. When I reached the clearing, the house looked smaller than I remembered. It was more a pile of lumber than a structure now, the second floor having mostly pancaked into the first. But the front door was still there, hanging on a single rusted hinge, inviting me into the throat of the beast. I stepped inside. The squelching sound I'd heard years ago was now a constant ambient noise, like the house was breathing through a layer of fluid. I didn't need my flashlight. The interior was lit by a shimmering, iridescent glow coming from the master bedroom. I walked toward it, my boots treading on glass shards that didn't crunch. They felt soft, like walking on teeth. The pier mirror was exactly where I'd left it. It was the only thing in the world that looked real. Its colors were vibrant, its surface polished to a terrifyingly high gloss, and standing in front of it was the version of me from 2014. I was frozen. He was holding the Nikon, his face twisted in the beginning of a scream. He was a 3D photograph, a moment of terror preserved in amber. "I'm sorry," I whispered. I didn't know if I was talking to the boy in the glass or the thing currently wearing my life back in the Midwest. I raised the sledgehammer. "Stop," a voice said. I spun around. Standing in the doorway was the reflection. It wasn't a shadow anymore. It looked more like me than I did. It was wearing my current clothes, the flannel shirt Sarah had bought me for Christmas, the jeans with the grease stain on the knee. It looked healthy. It looked loved. "If you break it, we both shatter," the thing said. Its voice was perfect now. It had the cadence of my father and the softness I used when I tucked Maya in. "You've enjoyed 10 years of my life, Elias. You got to feel the sun. You got to taste the salt. You got to love her." "It wasn't your life," I spat, though my grip on the hammer wavered. "You stole it. You pushed me in and walked out." "Did I?" The thing stepped closer, its movements fluid and graceful, lacking the lag that had plagued me. "Or did you want to stay? You loved the silence of decaying places, remember? You said it yourself. You were the observer, the only living thing in a world of ghosts. I just gave you what you wanted. I became the actor so you could be the audience." I looked back at the boy in the glass. He was moving now, but slowly, like he was swimming through honey. He was reaching out, his fingers brushing the interior surface of the mirror. "He's the one who's real," I said, pointing the hammer at the glass. "Not you, not me. We're just the echoes." The thing smiled, that wide, impossible smile that stretched its face into a mask of horror. "There is no real anymore, Elias. There is only the side of the glass that is currently facing the light, and right now, the light is fading." I looked toward the window. The sun was setting, and as the shadows lengthened, I felt my body begin to go transparent. I could see the rotting floorboards through my own feet. The metallic smell was overwhelming now, the scent of 1,000 broken mirrors. "Go back," the thing commanded, its voice dropping an octave. "Go back into the glass and take your place. Let me go home to our daughter." The mention of Maya snapped something inside me. The fear that had paralyzed me for a decade turned into a cold, sharp rage. This thing didn't love her. It couldn't. It was a predator that fed on the warmth of a life it couldn't understand. "You're not going near her," I said. I didn't swing at the reflection. I knew it would just dodge, or worse, the impact would be reflected back onto me. Instead, I turned with everything I had and swung the sledgehammer directly into the center of the pier mirror. The sound wasn't a crash. It was a scream, a high-pitched, harmonic vibration that shattered the remaining windows in the house and sent me to my knees. The glass didn't fall to the floor in shards. It exploded outward in a cloud of silver dust and liquid light. I felt a violent tug like a hook had been caught in my navel. The world spun. Up was down, and the smell of copper was replaced by the sudden, sharp scent of pine and wet earth. I hit the floor hard. My lungs burned. I gasped, drawing in a breath that felt solid. I looked at my hands. They were young. I was wearing my old North Face jacket. My Nikon was lying a few feet away, its lens cracked. I looked up. The pier mirror was gone. In its place was a jagged hole in the wall, looking out into the dark woods. I scrambled to my feet, my heart racing with a frantic, youthful energy. I felt heavy. I felt warm. I felt singular asterisk. I ran out of the house, not looking back. I found my old Subaru, the 2014 model parked at the trailhead. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking, and wept with relief when the engine roared to life. I drove away from that place, pushing the car to its limit, waiting for the lag, waiting for the flicker. It never came. I drove for hours, eventually stopping at the same gas station I had visited 10 years, or 10 minutes ago. I walked into the bathroom, my breath held, and looked into the mirror above the sink. It was me, 24 years old, terrified but me. My reflection moved when I moved. There was no delay, no smile that wasn't mine. I stayed in a motel that night, staring at my reflection in the television screen until the sun came up. I was back. I had my life back. But as I prepared to leave the next morning, I reached into the pocket of my jacket. The jacket I hadn't worn in a decade, but was now wearing again. My fingers brushed against a small piece of paper. I pulled it out. It was a yellow Post-it note. The handwriting was mine, the older, more tired version of my handwriting. The one I'd used to sign mortgage papers and school permission slips. The note said, You think you're out, but you just broke the master. Look closer at the shards, Elias. We're all out now, and we're coming to your Midwest home. I looked into the vanity mirror of the motel room. For a split second, I didn't see my own face. I saw 1,000 tiny versions of myself, reflected in the microscopic cracks of the glass, all of them turning to look at me, all of them smiling that wide, sharp smile. I didn't go home. I couldn't go home to Sarah and Maya, not when I didn't know which version of me would be walking through the door. I live in a tent now, deep in the desert where there is no water to reflect the sky and no glass to hold a soul. I shaved my head and beard by touch, and I keep my eyes on the sand. People call me a hermit, a drifter, a man who lost his mind to the sun. But sometimes, when the moon is full and the salt flats of the desert shimmer like a dark, polished floor, I hear the tapping. Tap, tap, tap. It's not coming from the ground. It's coming from the air. And somewhere in a house in the Midwest, a little girl is looking into a bathroom mirror, waiting for her father to finish brushing his teeth. She's noticed the lag, and she's starting to smile back. The desert is a cauterized wound, and I am the stitch holding it shut. I chose the Mojave because it is the antithesis of the Pacific Northwest. There are no deep, mossy greens here to swallow the light, no heavy mists to act as a translucent veil. There is only the brutal, honest glare of a sun that wants to bleach everything into a singular, sterile white. I live in a collapsible nylon tent, a fabric tomb that offers no reflection, no vanity, and no way for the light to bounce back upon itself. I have buried my Nikon camera 6 feet under a Joshua tree, its cracked lens finally blind to the world it helped me lose. But even here, the world is full of accidental mirrors. I have to be careful when I drink water. I use a rusted tin cup, the interior scoured with sand until it is dull and matte. I wait for the wind to kick up before I pour, ensuring the surface is agitated into 1,000 chaotic ripples. I cannot risk a still surface. I cannot risk seeing a face that might not be mine, or worse, a face that is mine but possesses a knowledge I am not yet ready to reclaim. It has been 3 months since I fled the motel. I think about Sarah and Maya every second of every hour. The ache of their absence is a physical weight, a phantom limb that throbs with the memory of a life I am no longer allowed to touch. I imagine the other Elias, the one who spent 10 years building a fortress of domesticity, standing in my kitchen. I imagine him pouring orange juice, kissing Sarah's temple, and checking Maya's homework. Is he the one who stayed behind? Or is he the one who broke out when I shattered the pier mirror? The note said we were all out now. That thought is the cold iron in my gut. If the master mirror was the anchor, then breaking it didn't close the door. It smashed the frame and let the darkness spill into the hallway. I imagine a world where every shard of that glass became a new portal, a tiny, jagged entry point for the things that wait on the other side of self. Last night, the wind died down completely. The desert became a vacuum of sound and motion. I was sitting outside my tent, the embers of a small scrub brush fire dying into gray ash. The moon was a sliver of bone in the sky. I reached for my water jug, my movement sluggish and heavy with exhaustion. As I tilted the jug to pour a splash into my cup, a single drop fell onto the flat, smooth surface of a sun-bleached stone at my feet. The drop didn't soak in. It sat there, a perfect, trembling sphere of liquid. I should have looked away. I should have kicked dirt over it. But the moonlight caught that tiny bead of water, turning it into a microscopic silver eye. I leaned in, drawn by a morbid magnetic pull. In that single drop of water, I didn't see the desert. I didn't see the stars. I saw a hallway, a beige carpet, a door with a "Keep Out" sign written in purple crayon. It was Maya's room. The perspective was low, as if I were looking out from the glass of a framed photograph on her nightstand. I saw her sleeping, her chest rising and falling in the rhythmic innocence of childhood. But then, the door creaked open. A sliver of light from the hallway hit the carpet. A figure stepped in, It was wearing my flannel shirt. It walked with my gait. It sat on the edge of her bed, the mattress sighing under its weight. It reached out a hand that looked solid, warm, and real, and brushed a stray hair from her forehead. Maya stirred. She opened her eyes, squinting against the dim light. "Daddy," she whispered, her voice thick with sleep. "I'm here, baby," the figure said. My voice, exactly my voice. "I just came to check on the mirrors." "You covered them all, Daddy," she murmured, turning over. "Like you said, even the one in my dollhouse." The figure leaned closer, its face still obscured by the shadows. "Good girl, but there's one we missed. A tiny one, can you feel it?" I screamed. I brought my boot down on the stone, crushing the drop of water into the dust, obliterating the image. I stood there in the dark, gasping, my heart hammering so hard I thought it would crack my ribs. The silence of the desert rushed back in, mocking me. "It's not real," I told the darkness. "It was a hallucination, dehydration, guilt." But the metallic scent was back. It was rising from the sand, sharp and cloying. I realized then that I couldn't stay in the desert. The lag wasn't a distance thing. It was a fundamental shift in the frequency of my existence. By breaking the mirror, I hadn't saved myself. I had decentralized the haunting. I was no longer the victim of a single haunted object. I was a ghost in a world that was rapidly becoming a hall of mirrors. I packed my bag in a frenzy. I didn't know where I was going, only that I had to move. I couldn't be still. Stillness allowed the reflections to settle. Stillness allowed the image to sharpen. I hiked toward the highway, the sledgehammer still strapped to my pack. It was a heavy, useless thing, but it was the only weapon I had against a world made of glass. As I reached the asphalt, a pair of headlights appeared in the distance. A long-haul trucker, likely headed toward Vegas or Phoenix. I waved my arms, a desperate, ragged specter on the shoulder of the road. The truck slowed, air brakes hissing like a giant serpent. The driver rolled down the window, the interior of the cab smelling of stale coffee and tobacco. "Need a lift, buddy?" he asked. He was a large man with a beard that looked like steel wool. "Anywhere east," I said, my voice cracking. "Hop in, I'm headed to St. Louis." I climbed into the cab, grateful for the hum of the engine and the mundane reality of the dashboard. But as I settled into the seat, I caught my reflection in the side view mirror. It wasn't lagging, it was ahead of me. In the mirror, I was already buckled in. In the mirror, I was already looking at the driver. And in the mirror, I was holding the kitchen knife I had packed in my duffel bag. A knife that, in the real world, was still buried at the bottom of my pack. I looked at the driver. He hadn't noticed. He was shifting gears, whistling a tuneless song. "You okay, pal?" he asked, glancing over. "You look like you've seen a ghost." "Just tired," I said, keeping my hands visible, clutching the armrest until my knuckles turned white. "I hear ya, world's a crazy place. My wife, she says I spend too much time on the road, says I'm starting to look like a different person every time I come home." He chuckled, a deep, rattling sound. "I tell her it's just the light. The light does funny things when you're staring at a windshield for 12 hours a day." I didn't answer. I watched the side view mirror. The me in the glass was leaning toward the driver now. It was raising the knife. It was smiling that wide, horrific smile, the one that looked like a tear in the fabric of a face. I closed my eyes. "It's not real, it's not real, it's not real." "Hey," the driver said, his voice suddenly sharp. "What's that on your face?" I opened my eyes. The driver was staring at me, his expression one of confusion and growing alarm. He wasn't looking at my eyes. He was looking at my skin. I looked down at my hands. They were shimmering. The skin was becoming translucent, turning into a polished, silver surface. I could see the veins underneath, but they weren't red. They were dark, like the lead backing of an antique mirror. "Stop the truck," I said. "Whoa, easy there." "Stop the truck." He slammed on the brakes. The truck jackknifed slightly, tires screaming on the pavement. Before it had even come to a full stop, I threw the door open and tumbled out onto the asphalt. I rolled into the ditch, the sledgehammer clattering beside me. The truck sat idling for a moment, its hazard lights blinking, asterisk on, off, on, off. Then the driver's side door opened. The man who stepped out wasn't the driver. He was wearing the trucker's flannel shirt and the trucker's cap, but his face was mine. Not the 24-year-old me from the Blackwood house, not the 34-year-old me who had fled to the Midwest. It was a composite, a terrifying, shifting mosaic of every version of Elias that had ever existed. One eye was the bright, curious blue of my childhood. The other was the sunken, gray orb of the thing I'd seen in the grocery store. His skin was a patchwork of flesh and silvered glass. He walked toward the ditch with a slow, deliberate grace. "You can't run from a reflection, Elias," he said. The voice was a chorus, 1,000 versions of me speaking in perfect unison. "We aren't just in the glass anymore. We're in the water. We're in the air. We're in the very way you see the world." I scrambled backward, my hands scraping against the gravel. "What do you want?" "To be whole," the chorus replied. "You broke the master, you shattered the singularity. Now we are all fragments searching for a frame, and you are the largest piece left." He reached the edge of the ditch. He looked down at me, and for a moment the shifting mosaic of his face settled into the image of my father. "Don't you want to go home, son? Sarah is waiting. Maya is waiting. They don't care which Elias walks through the door as long as he has your eyes, as long as he knows the words to the stories." "They'll know," I whispered. "They'll see the lag." "Not if we all move together," the thing said. It held out a hand. "Join us. Let the glass heal. Let the reflection become the reality and the reality become the memory. It's much easier on the other side. No more fear, no more cold, just the endless, beautiful light of the silver." I looked at his hand. For a split second, I wanted to take it. I wanted the exhaustion to end. I wanted to stop being the one who watched and start being the one who was seen. But then I saw it. Beyond the figure in the darkened windows of the truck's cab, I saw a flicker. It wasn't a reflection of the desert. It was a reflection of a basement. A damp, rotting basement in a house near the Skagit River. And in that reflection, I saw Miller. The old man was sitting in a chair, his glasses reflecting the light of a single, bare bulb. He wasn't looking at me. He was looking at a ledger, his pen moving across the page in a frantic, scratching rhythm. "Miller," I croaked. The figure in the ditch flinched. The mosaic of its face fractured, the eyes darting toward the truck. "He's still there," I said, a spark of hope flaring in my chest. "He's still keeping the books. He's still watching the doors." "Miller is a jailer of a prison that no longer exists." The thing hissed, its voice losing its harmony, turning into a discordant shriek. "If the prison doesn't exist, why are you still trying to get into my skin?" I stood up, grabbing the sledgehammer. My hands were still shimmering, still silver, but I felt a new weight in them, a weight of purpose. I didn't swing at the monster. I knew better now. I turned and ran back toward the truck. The thing screamed, a sound of shattering glass, and lunged for me. I was faster. I reached the side of the cab and swung the sledgehammer with every ounce of strength I had left. I didn't hit the door. I didn't hit the window. I hit the air where the reflection of the basement had been. The world didn't break. It folded. The desert, the truck, the monster, it all collapsed inward, like a house of cards being sucked into a vacuum. I felt myself being pulled through a narrow, freezing throat of light. The smell of old pennies returned, so thick I could taste it on my tongue. I hit a hard wooden floor. The air was damp, the light was dim. I looked up. I was in the basement of the Blackwood place. Miller was sitting 5 feet away. He didn't look up from his ledger. The scratching of his pen was the only sound in the room. "I told you to move to a different state," he said quietly. I stayed on the floor, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I looked at my hands. They were normal, no silver, no transparency. I did, I said. I moved to the Midwest. I had a life. I had a family. No, Miller said, finally closing the ledger. He turned his chair to face me. The light reflected off his glasses, but this time I saw his eyes. They were tired. They were the eyes of a man who had seen the end of the world and realized it was just a change in perspective. You had a reflection of a life. You had a memory of a family. You've been in this basement for 10 years, Elias. I stared at him, my mind refusing to process the words. No, I drove home. I stayed in the dark for 3 days. I moved. Miller stood up. He walked over to a corner of the basement that was draped in a heavy black velvet cloth. He pulled the cloth away. It was the pier mirror. It wasn't broken, it was pristine. And inside the mirror, I saw the Midwest. I saw the suburban house. I saw Sarah and Maya. They were sitting at the dinner table, laughing. There was an empty chair at the head of the table. You never left the house, Miller said. The thing you encountered in the master bedroom, it didn't swap with you. It divided you. It sent the part of you that wanted to be happy into the glass, and it kept the part of you that wanted to be afraid right here. He gestured to the room around us. But I broke it, I whispered. I went back, I swung the hammer. You swung the hammer in your mind, Elias. You swung it in the dream the mirror gave you to keep you quiet. But the mirror is still whole, and your family, they are still waiting for the man who walked into the woods 10 years ago. I looked at the mirror. I looked at Sarah. She looked older. There were lines around her eyes that I didn't recognize. Maya wasn't a little girl anymore. She was a teenager, her face a perfect blend of Sarah and the man I used to be. Can I go back? I asked, my voice breaking. Miller sighed. The door only opens one way, son. You can stay here and help me keep the books. You can watch the others who come looking for things they shouldn't find. Or what? Miller reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, hand-written note. He handed it to me. It was the note from my medicine cabinet. Move over, it's my turn to watch. You didn't write this to yourself, Miller said. They wrote it to you, the ones on the other side. They're tired of being the reflection. They want the basement. They want the silence. I looked at the mirror. Sarah was looking toward the empty chair. She looked sad. She looked like she was waiting for a ghost to become a man. I gripped the sledgehammer. If I break it now, I said, what happens? Then the dream ends, Miller said. For everyone, the woman, the girl, the house, they all vanish because they only exist as long as you are here to see them. They are your reflection, Elias. Without the mirror, they are nothing. I looked at my daughter. She was smiling at something her mother had said. It was a beautiful, real smile. I looked at the mirror, and then I looked at the dark, suffocating basement. I didn't swing the hammer. I sat down on the floor, leaned my back against the cold stone wall, and watched. Good choice, Miller said, returning to his desk. Now pick up that pen. We have a lot of names to log before Friday. I picked up the pen. My hand didn't shake. I looked at the ledger, and at the top of the page, I saw my own name. Elias Thorne, entered 2014 status, watching. I looked back at the mirror. Sarah was clearing the plates. She paused, looking directly at the spot where the mirror would be in her world. She smiled, a small, knowing smile, and blew a kiss to the empty air. I smiled back. It was my turn to watch, and for the first time in 10 years, the lag was gone. The scratching of Miller's pen was the only pulse in the room, a rhythmic, dry sound like an insect burrowing into old wood. I looked at the pen in my own hand, a heavy, brass-barreled fountain pen that felt like a lead weight. My fingers, once silvered and shimmering in the desert dream, were now stained with a permanent structural grime. This was the reality of the basement, a world of stasis, of dust motes that didn't dance but hung suspended in the stagnant air like microscopic stars in a dead galaxy. The name's Elias, Miller prompted without looking up. The names are the anchors. If we don't record them, they drift. And when they drift, they start looking for new mirrors to inhabit. We are the auditors of the unseen. I looked down at the ledger. The paper was yellowed, smelling of vinegar and pressed flowers. Below my own name, there were others. Names I didn't recognize, written in various hands, some elegant and loopy, others jagged and desperate. Clara Vance, entered 1982, status reflected. Marcus Howe, entered 1996, status shattered. What does shattered mean? I asked, my voice sounding thin and hollow in the subterranean damp. Miller's pen paused. He didn't turn around. It means he tried to do what you thought you did. He swung the hammer while he was still inside the logic of the glass. He didn't just kill himself, Elias. He killed the version of him that was out there, too. He created a vacuum, a person-shaped hole in the world that nature eventually filled with something else. We don't talk about the something else. We just log the vacancy. I looked back at the pier mirror. Sarah was leaning against the kitchen counter now, a glass of wine in her hand. The sun was setting in her world, a warm, golden light that bled through the windows of a house I would never walk through again. In my world, there was only the single bulb and the smell of wet earth. How many of us are there? I whispered. In this house, in this basement. As many as there are surfaces to catch a soul, Miller said. He finally turned his chair, his face a map of deep-set wrinkles that seemed to shift in the low light. This isn't just a house, son. It's a junction, a sorting station. The Blackwood family didn't build this place to live in. They built it to contain the overflow. Humanity produces more self than the physical world can actually hold. Every choice you don't make, every version of you that fails or succeeds, it has to go somewhere. The mirrors are the overflow valves. He stood up, his joints popping like dry kindling. He walked over to a row of shelves I hadn't noticed before. They were lined with jars, thousands of them, each filled with a different liquid. Some were clear, some were murky, and some had that unmistakable silver sheen I had seen in the desert. You thought you were in a desert, Miller chuckled, a dry, rattling sound. That was just your mind trying to process the vastness of the storage. You were drowning in the potential of your own life. Most people go mad within the first hour. You lasted 10 years in the slipstream. That's why you're still here. That's why you're sitting in that chair instead of being bottled on a shelf. He pulled a jar from the shelf. It was small, the size of a pill bottle. Inside, a single drop of liquid rolled around the bottom, refusing to coat the glass. This was a man named Julian, Miller said, holding it up to the light. He thought he could outrun his reflection by living in total darkness. He spent 40 years in a sensory deprivation tank. But he forgot that the mind is the greatest mirror of all. He reflected himself into non-existence. Now, he's just a drop of salt water. He put the jar back with a click. I need to know, I said, my heart starting to pound against my ribs again. The Elias out there, the one with Sarah, is he happy? Miller walked back to his desk and sat down. He is you, Elias. He is the part of you that didn't go into the woods. He is the part of you that chose the domestic over the curious. He is perfectly, blissfully ordinary. He doesn't look at mirrors too long. He doesn't wonder about the shadows in the corner of his eye. He is the real one because you agreed to be the fake one. I didn't agree to anything, I snapped, standing up. The chair screeched against the floor. You did the moment you looked into the pier mirror and didn't look away, Miller said, his voice dropping to a cold, hard register. Curiosity is a contract, son. You wanted to see what was behind the glass. Well, this is it. The machinery, the grease, the ledger. Now sit down. We have a shipment coming in. A shipment. Before he could answer, a sound echoed from the floorboards above us. It wasn't the sound of footsteps. It was the sound of something heavy being dragged. Something that sounded like a sack of wet sand. Thump scrape, thump scrape. It was coming from the hallway where the pier mirror had once stood, or where it stood in the other world. The house is feeding, Miller whispered. I looked at the mirror. In the suburban house, Sarah suddenly stood up straight. She set her wine glass down with a trembling hand. She looked toward the kitchen door, her eyes wide with a sudden, inexplicable dread. "Sarah," I called out, reaching for the glass. My fingers hit the cold, hard surface of the mirror. She couldn't hear me, but she felt something. She walked toward the door, her movements hesitant. "Don't go out there," I pleaded. "Sarah, stay in the kitchen." In the basement, the dragging sound stopped directly above our heads. A soft, wet dripping began to fall from the ceiling, splashing onto the ledger. It wasn't water, it was silver. "Who is it, Miller?" I asked, backing away from the dripping ceiling. "Someone who looked too deep," Miller said, his eyes fixed on the ceiling. "Someone who thought they were alone in their own skin. Help me get the basin." Miller pulled a large, galvanized steel tub from under his desk. We dragged it under the drip. Plink, plink, plunk. The silver liquid began to pool, ripples spreading out from the center. In the mirror, Sarah opened the kitchen door. She wasn't in the suburban hallway anymore. She was standing in the hallway of the Blackwood house. The beige carpet was gone, replaced by the rotting, water-stained floorboards of the woods. The keep out sign on Maya's door was gone, replaced by a door that was swollen shut with damp. "Elias," she called out. Her voice came through the mirror not as a sound, but as a vibration in my teeth. "Elias, are you here? The car broke down. I saw the light in the window." I froze. "Miller, what's happening? Why is she there? You said she was safe in the reflection." Miller didn't look at me. He was watching the silver pool in the basin. "The reflections aren't permanent, Elias. They require maintenance. They require a steady supply of attention. When you stopped believing in the desert, you weakened the structure. You pulled her toward the source." "No," I whispered. "No, no, no." I turned back to the mirror. Sarah was walking down the hallway. She reached the spot where the pier mirror should have been. In her world, there was only a dark patch on the wallpaper where something had once hung. But in our world, she was standing right in front of me. She looked into the glass. For a second, our eyes met. Really met. Not as a reflection and a watcher, but as two souls staring through a thin, vibrating membrane of reality. "Elias," she breathed, her hand reaching out. "Run, Sarah," I screamed, slamming my fists against the glass. "Get out of the house. It's not real. None of it is real." She flinched, her eyes darting around. She couldn't see me clearly. She saw a shadow, a distortion in the air, but she heard the desperation. From the shadows behind her, a figure emerged. It was the thing from the truck, the mosaic man, the composite of all my failures. It didn't look like me anymore. It looked like a walking wound, its skin a jagged mess of glass shards and raw meat. It moved without sound, its feet not touching the floorboards. "Miller, do something." I turned to the old man, but he was gone. His chair was empty. The ledger was closed. The basement was silent except for the dripping of the silver into the basin. I was alone. I looked back at the mirror. The thing was inches behind Sarah. It raised a hand that ended in 5 long obsidian glass needles. It reached for her throat. I didn't think, I didn't hesitate. I grabbed the sledgehammer from the floor. "If the dream ends, they vanish," Miller's voice echoed in my head. "Without the mirror, they are nothing." I looked at Sarah. If I broke the glass, she would disappear. The 10 years of laughter, the memory of Maya's graduation, the smell of the Sunday roast, it would all be erased. She would never have existed. But if I didn't break it, that thing would tear her apart. It would take her skin, her eyes, her voice, and it would use them to build a new reflection, a new lie to lure in the next Elias. The thing's hand touched her shoulder. Sarah gasped, turning around, her face twisting into a mask of pure primal terror. I swung the hammer. The impact wasn't what I expected. There was no sound of shattering glass. Instead, there was a sound like a great bell being struck deep underwater. A low, vibrating hum that shook the very foundations of the house. The mirror didn't break, it rippled. My hammer sank into the surface of the glass as if it were mercury. I felt a tremendous pull, a suction that threatened to drag me into the silver. I didn't fight it, I pushed. I stepped through the frame. The transition was a scream of sensory overload. One moment, I was in the damp, lightless basement. The next, I was in the hallway of the Blackwood house, the air smelling of ozone and ancient dust. I was standing between Sarah and the monster. I felt solid. I felt heavy. I felt the weight of 10 years of being a ghost suddenly condensed into a single, physical moment. The monster recoiled, its mosaic face fracturing into 1,000 different expressions of rage. It hissed, a sound like steam escaping a pipe. "You are a fragment," it spat, the voices discordant and overlapping. "I'm the fragment with the hammer," I said. I swung again. This time the hammer connected with something solid. The thing's chest shattered like a windshield. Shards of dark glass flew through the air, embedding themselves in the walls. It wailed, a sound that tore at my eardrums and collapsed into a pile of shimmering dust. Silence returned to the hallway. I stood there gasping, the sledgehammer hanging limp in my hand. I turned to Sarah. She was huddled against the wall, her hands over her mouth, her eyes wide with a terror that I knew would never truly leave her. "Sarah," I said, my voice sounding real for the first time in a decade. "It's me, it's Elias." She looked at me. She looked at my clothes, the grime-stained shirt from the basement. She looked at my hands, which were bleeding from the shards of the monster. "Elias," she whispered, "but you're at home, you're in the kitchen, I just saw you." "No," I said, stepping toward her. "That was the reflection, this is the truth." I reached out to touch her, but as my hand approached her face, I saw it. The lag. My hand moved, and then, a fraction of a second later, the shadow of my hand followed. It wasn't the reflection that was lagging anymore. It was me. I looked down at the floor. My shadow was 10 feet away, mimicking a movement I had made seconds ago. I wasn't back in the real world. I had just moved into a different layer of the glass. "Sarah, listen to me," I said, my voice sounding like it was coming from a long way off. "You have to leave. Now, don't go back to the house in the Midwest. Don't go back to the life you remember. It's a loop. It's a trap." "What are you talking about?" she cried, tears streaming down her face. "Where is Maya? Where is my daughter?" I looked at the wall where the mirror had been. There was a small, jagged hole in the reality of the hallway. Through it, I could see the basement. I saw Miller. He was standing by the basin, looking up at the hole. He wasn't surprised. He looked disappointed. "You can't save her, Elias," Miller's voice drifted through the gap. "She's part of the ledger now. You brought her into the house. You gave her to the mirrors." "No," I roared. I grabbed Sarah's hand. Her skin felt like cold silk. It didn't feel like flesh and blood. I looked at her closely. Her eyes, they didn't have pupils. They were just two perfect silver spheres. She wasn't Sarah. The real Sarah had died 10 years ago, the night I first looked into the mirror. The woman in the Midwest, the woman in the kitchen, the woman standing in front of me. She was the most beautiful, most elaborate reflection the house had ever created. She was the bait. And I had just swallowed the hook. The Sarah in front of me began to dissolve. Her skin turned to liquid silver, dripping onto the floorboards. Her clothes vanished into gray mist. Within seconds, I was holding nothing but a handful of cold, metallic sludge. The hallway began to stretch. The doors receded into the distance. The ceiling rose until it was lost in shadow. I was back in the desert. But this time, I wasn't alone. Thousands of mirrors were rising from the sand. Pier mirrors, hand mirrors, shards of glass, polished stones, pools of oil. And in every single one of them, I saw a different version of myself. The Elias who stayed, the Elias who ran, the Elias who died, the Elias who killed. They all turned to look at me. "It's time to choose, Elias," they said in a chorus that shook the stars. "Which one of us do you want to be?" I looked at the sledgehammer in my hand. It was turning to glass. I looked at my own reflection in a nearby shawl. I looked tired. I looked like a man who had spent 10 years trying to find a door in a room made of windows. I dropped the hammer. It shattered into a million pieces upon hitting the sand. "I don't want to be any of you," I said to the empty air. I sat down in the sand and closed my eyes. "Miller," I shouted, "I'm ready to log the names." The wind picked up, whistling through the glass forest. For a moment I felt a hand on my shoulder, a warm, solid hand. "Daddy," a voice whispered. I didn't open my eyes. I couldn't. "I'm here, Maya," I said. "I'm just checking the mirrors." "Are they all covered?" she asked. "Every single one," I lied. The darkness claimed me then, but it wasn't the darkness of the basement. It was the darkness of a closed book. I felt myself being flattened, pressed between pages of heavy, vinegar-smelling paper. I became a name. Elias Thorne, status closed. Somewhere in a house I would never see again, a woman named Sarah walked into a bedroom and saw a man sleeping. He looked like her husband. He breathed like her husband. But when he woke up and looked at her, his eyes were just a little too bright. And when he smiled, the reflection in the window behind him didn't smile back until a second later. She didn't notice. She didn't want to notice. She just kissed his forehead and told him she was glad he was home. And in a basement deep beneath the earth, a new page turned in a ledger that had no end. The weight of the ledger was the only thing that felt real anymore. It didn't feel like paper. It felt like a slab of stone resting against my thighs, pinning me to the wooden chair in Miller's basement. My name, Elias Thorne was no longer just a scribble of ink. It was a pulse. I could feel the letters vibrating, a rhythmic scratching that matched the dull thud of my heart. Miller wasn't looking at me. He was busy with the galvanized tub, peering into the silver pool as if reading tea leaves in a cup of liquid mercury. The metallic scent was overwhelming now, a sharp, electric tang that made the back of my throat itch. "You think you're done because you saw the ending," Miller said, his voice devoid of its earlier gravelly humor. He didn't turn around. "You think because you felt the press of the page, the story has reached its conclusion. That's the vanity of the reflected, Elias. You always think your narrative is a straight line. It's not. It's a loop, a coil, a glass snake eating its own tail." I tried to move my hand, but it felt sluggish, as if the air had thickened into serum. I looked down. My skin was pale, nearly translucent, and through the surface I could see the faint, shimmering glow of silver instead of veins. I wasn't bleeding anymore. I was leaking light. "What did I break?" I managed to ask. My voice sounded like two stones grinding together. When I hit the mirror, when I tried to save her, what did I actually do? Miller finally straightened up. He wiped his hands on a rag that came away stained with chrome streaks. "You didn't break the mirror, son. You broke the sequence. You were supposed to stay in the basement and watch. That's the auditor's job, to witness the divergence without interfering. By stepping through, you didn't save Sarah. You just invited the desert into the house." He walked toward the shelves and pulled down a fresh ledger. This one was bound in something that looked uncomfortably like human skin, pebbled and warm to the touch. He laid it open on the desk next to mine. "The Sarah you saw dissolve, that wasn't just a lure," Miller whispered, leaning in close. His breath smelled of ozone. "That was the memory of her. Every time you looked into that pier mirror over the last 10 years, you were feeding it. You were pouring your grief, your longing, and your specific curated version of her into the glass. The house didn't create that Sarah. You did. And when you stepped through to touch her, you reclaimed the energy you'd spent a decade distilling. You didn't save a woman. You swallowed a ghost." I felt a coldness bloom in my chest, spreading outward to my fingertips. I remembered the sensation of her hand, that cold, silk feeling. I remembered the way she dissolved into sludge. "If she was just a memory," I said, my voice rising, Then where is the real one? Where is the Sarah who didn't die in the woods? You said he was out there, the other Elias, the one who stayed. Miller sighed, a long, weary sound that seemed to drain the remaining light from the room. He pointed a gnarled finger toward the ceiling, toward the floorboards where the dragging sound had been. He's still there, Miller said, but he's not the one you think he is. You think there's a real world and a mirror world. You think there's a primary and a secondary. That's the first lie the glass tells you. There is no primary. There are only versions, and each one believes it is the original, the Elias who stayed. He's currently sitting in a kitchen in Ohio, wondering why his wife's eyes look like silver coins. He's wondering why the coffee tastes like copper. He's beginning to realize that the woman he's lived with for 10 years isn't the woman he married, but a placeholder sent by the house to keep him from looking too closely at the shadows. "And Maya?" I asked, the name feeling like a jagged shard in my mouth. Miller's expression softened, but only slightly. It was the look a doctor gives a patient they know won't survive the night. Maya is the only thing in this entire mess that remains untainted because she never looked. Children have a natural immunity to the mirrors. They don't have enough self yet to reflect. They are still becoming. That's why the house wants them. They are the only fuel that can actually power a new reality. But Maya, she got out. She's the only one of you who actually walked away from the Blackwood house and stayed away. Then who was the voice? I demanded, standing up so abruptly the chair toppled over. The voice in the desert, the voice just now. "Daddy, are they all covered?" That was her. "That was the house playing your favorite song, Elias," Miller snapped. "It knows your frequency. It knows that if it speaks in a little girl's voice, you'll sit down and let the glass grow over your eyes. It's trying to keep you still so the audit can finish." He grabbed my arm. His grip was terrifyingly strong, like a vice. He pulled me toward the galvanized tub. "Look," he commanded. I looked into the silver pool. At first, I saw only my own face, distorted, older, the eyes wide and rimmed with red. But then the silver began to settle, and the surface became a window. I saw a playground. It was bright, painfully vivid. A girl was sitting on a swing, her hair caught in the wind. She looked to be about 15. She was laughing at something a boy had said. She looked happy. She looked whole. "That's Maya," Miller said. "In the world that doesn't know about us. In the world where the Blackwood house is just a local legend about a fire in the 80s. She's safe because she doesn't remember you. She's safe because to her, Elias Thorne is a name on a birth certificate she hasn't seen in years. A father who disappeared when she was 5. I reached out to touch the surface of the silver, but Miller slapped my hand away. "Don't. If you touch that, you link her to this. You bring the auditor's shadow into her playground. Is that what you want? To be remembered by her, even if it means she has to see what you've become?" I pulled my hand back, clutching it to my chest. The pain of the realization was sharper than any glass shard. To save her, I had to remain dead. To keep her in the light, I had to stay in the damp, lightless basement with the vinegar and the ledgers. "What happens now?" I whispered. "The shipment," Miller said, looking toward the dark corner of the basement where the stairs led up into the house. "The house has finished feeding on the Sarah you created. It's hungry again, and it's found someone new." The sound returned. Thump, scrape, thump, scrape. It was louder this time, more frantic. It wasn't just one thing being dragged. It sounded like a dozen. The ceiling joists groaned under the weight. A fine dust of pulverized wood fell onto the ledger, covering the names of the shattered and the reflected. "Who is it?" I asked, backing toward the shelves. "The curious," Miller said, picking up his pen. "A group of urban explorers. Kids with cameras and flashlights who think ghosts are something you can capture on a memory card for likes. They broke the seal on the front door 10 minutes ago. They're in the hallway now. They're standing where the pier mirror used to be." I looked at the mirror on the wall. The suburban kitchen was gone. In its place was a grainy, shaky view of the Blackwood hallway, seen through the lens of a high-definition camera. I could see the dust motes dancing in the beam of a flashlight. I could hear the muffled whispers of teenagers, their voices thick with artificial bravado. "Yo, check this out," a boy's voice came through the glass. "There's like a dark spot on the wall, like something was hanging here for a long time." A hand reached into the frame. It was young, unblemished. It touched the wallpaper, the same rotting, damp paper I had touched only moments before. "It feels warm," the boy whispered. "Elias," Miller said, his voice cold and professional. "Open the ledger to the next blank page. You're the junior auditor now. You need to record the entry. Name, age, and the exact moment their eyes meet the glass." "I won't do it," I said. "I'll warn them." "You can't warn them any more than a photograph can warn the person looking at it," Miller said. "You are behind the glass now. You are the someone else the title of this story refers to. To them, you are a shadow, a smudge, a reason to scream and run directly into the arms of the things waiting in the dark." I looked at the mirror. I saw the boy's face now. He was leaning in close to the wall, squinting. He was looking for a reflection in the void. "There's something in the wall," the boy said. I can see a room. There's an old man and another guy. He looks like he's crying." "Write it down, Elias," Miller commanded. "Record the arrival. If you don't, the vacuum will pull them in all at once. If you log them, they have a chance to become reflected. If you don't, they'll all be shattered before they hit the floor." My hand moved of its own accord. I didn't want to pick up the pen, but my fingers closed around the cool wood of the quill. I felt the ink, the silver ink, climb up the nib like a living thing. I looked at the boy. I wanted to scream at him to run, to burn the house down, to never look at his own shadow again. But my mouth wouldn't open. My lungs felt like they were filled with sand. The boy's eyes locked onto mine through the layers of reality. For him, I was a ghost in the machine. For me, he was a lamb walking into a slaughterhouse. "Name," I croaked, the word appearing on the yellowed paper before I even finished speaking it. "His name is Tyler," Miller said, checking a small, handheld mirror he pulled from his pocket. 19, student, major in architectural engineering. He thinks he's here to study the construction. He's actually here because his father left when he was 5, and he's been looking for a doorway ever since." The pen scratched across the paper. "Tyler Vance, entered present, status pending." "Vance," I froze. I looked back at the earlier pages. "Clara Vance, entered 1982, status reflected. Miller, is he related to Clara?" "The house likes a theme," Miller said, finally sitting back down. "It likes to keep the bloodlines close, makes the reflections more stable. Clara was his grandmother. She's been in the attic for 40 years. She's been waiting for a familiar face." In the mirror, the boy Tyler suddenly gasped. He dropped his camera. The image on the glass tilted and spun, showing the ceiling, then the floor, then the dark, yawning mouth of the hallway. "Something touched me," Tyler's voice screamed. "Something S on my back." I saw them then, the shadows, not the mosaic man, but something thinner, more ethereal. They were the something else Miller had mentioned, the things that fill the holes left by the shattered. They looked like silhouettes cut out of the night, three-dimensional voids that moved with a sickening, fluid grace. They weren't attacking him, they were asterisk merging with him. "Record the transition," Miller said. "I can't," I dropped the pen. The silver ink splashed onto my boots, eating away at the leather. "This is wrong. We're not auditors, we're accomplices. We're feeding it." Miller turned his chair fully now. For the first time, I saw his eyes clearly. They weren't eyes at all. They were two small, perfect hand mirrors embedded in his sockets. I could see myself in them, a tiny, frantic version of Elias Thorne, trapped in the twin circles of Miller's gaze. "Of course we are," Miller said, and his voice was no longer a rattle. It was a symphony of 1,000 voices, all speaking in perfect unison. "The house must be fed. The world produces too much self, Elias. If we didn't harvest it, if we didn't sort it and bottle it and log it, the physical world would shatter under the weight of all that unspent potential. We are the stewards of reality. We keep the real world thin and manageable by bleeding off the excess into the glass. He stood up, and he seemed to grow, his shadow stretching across the ceiling until it blotted out the dripping silver. You wanted to know why you're here. You're not here to replace me. You're here to be the new lens. I've been the auditor for a century, and my glass is getting cloudy. I need fresh eyes. I need eyes that still remember what it feels like to love something, so the house can taste the salt and the grief. He reached for my face. His fingers felt like cold glass rods. No, I whispered, backing away, but there was nowhere to go. The shelves of jars were behind me. The jars began to rattle, the liquid inside churning into a frenzy. I'm not a lens, I'm a man. You were a man, Miller corrected, his fingers touching my temples. Now you are a record. The basement began to dissolve. The walls fell away into the desert sands. The ceiling vanished into a sky made of black glass. I felt my body being stretched, pulled thin, until I was nothing but a sheet of transparent light. I saw Tyler in the hallway. I saw him screaming as the shadows pulled him into the wall. I saw the other kids running, their flashlights cutting through the dark, unaware that they were already walking through the halls of a memory. I saw Sarah in her kitchen, 3 states away. She was looking at the man who looked like me. She was smiling, but there was a tear caught in the corner of her eye. She knew. Somewhere in the part of her heart that wasn't a reflection, she knew he was a lie. But she chose the lie because the truth was sitting in a basement in the woods, turning into a window. And then I saw Maya. She was older now, much older. She was standing in front of a mirror in a bathroom I didn't recognize. She was brushing her hair. She paused, her hand mid-stroke. She looked into the glass directly into my eyes. She didn't scream, she didn't run. She leaned in close, her breath fogging the surface of the mirror. With a steady finger, she wrote a single word in the condensation. Help. The word stayed there for a heartbeat before the fog cleared. She can see me, I whispered, the thought sparking a fire in the center of my glass heart. Miller, she can see me. But Miller was gone. The basement was gone. There was only the desert, the mirrors, and the infinite cold sky. I looked down at my hands. They were gone. I was a point of consciousness suspended in the silver. I looked at the word Maya had written. It was still there, etched into the fabric of the reflection. I realized then that Miller was wrong about one thing. The house didn't just harvest self. It harvested connections. And a connection, if it's strong enough, can act as a bridge. I didn't have a hammer anymore. I didn't have a body. But I had the ledger. The book was still there, floating in the void in front of me. I realized that the names weren't just records. They were anchors. Every person logged in this book was still here, somewhere in the glass forest. I reached out with my mind, with the silver energy that now made up my being. I touched the name Tyler Vance asterisk. I felt a jolt of electricity. I see you, Tyler asterisk, I thought. In the hallway of the Blackwood house, the boy stopped screaming. He looked up at the wall, his eyes clearing for a second. Who's there? He whispered. The auditor, I replied, my voice echoing through every mirror in the house. And we're going to break the glass. The desert shook. The sky cracked. In the distance, I heard the sound of 1,000 jars shattering at once. The audit was over. The rebellion had begun. The vibration didn't just shake the desert. It hummed through the very marrow of the house above. In the hallway of the Blackwood estate, Tyler Vance froze. The shadows that had been stitching themselves into his skin, weaving a second, darker coat over his soul, suddenly faltered. They didn't dissipate. They hung in the air like tattered silk, shivering. The auditor, Tyler's voice was a thin wire. He was looking at the spot on the wall where the pier mirror had once hung, the space I now occupied as a sentient pane of glass. What are you? I am the one who remembers, I told him. My voice felt like it was being broadcast through a choir of tuning forks. I wasn't speaking with a throat. I was vibrating the air around him. "Tyler, don't look at the shadows. Look at the wall, look through it." Behind me, or rather, within the vast, interconnected network of the silver, I felt the house react. The Blackwood house wasn't a structure of wood and mortar. It was a digestive system. It felt my defiance like a gallstone. The floorboards in the hallway began to warp, the wood grains swirling into patterns that looked like screaming mouths. "He's interfering," a voice hissed. It wasn't Miller. It was the house itself, a composite of 1,000 stolen sighs and 1,000,000 reflected glances. "The lens is flawed, the glass is impure." I felt a sudden, crushing pressure. It was the press Miller had described, but magnified 1,000-fold. The house was trying to polish me out, to rub the smudge of my consciousness off the surface of its reality. I felt my edges blurring. I was losing the memory of my own name, the smell of Sarah's hair, the weight of a hammer in my hand. "Record the entry," the house commanded. "Finish the sequence. Tyler Vance. Status reflected." "No," I groaned. I reached out with my new, shimmering limbs and gripped the edges of the ledger that floated in the void. The book was a heavy thing, dense with the gravity of all those trapped lives. I didn't write. Instead, I began to pull. I didn't pull on the pages. I pulled on the asterisk names. I found Clara Vance, 1982 asterisk. I felt the thread of her, a cold, brittle string of grief and silver. I tugged. In the attic of the house, a trunk that had been locked for 40 years burst open. A woman made of gray smoke and moonlight stepped out. She wasn't the monster the house had made her. She was the woman she had been, reassembled by the force of my recognition. "Clara," I whispered through the glass, "your grandson is in the hall. He's looking for a doorway. Give him yours." On the other side of the veil, Tyler let out a strangled cry. A door that hadn't been there a second ago, a heavy oak door with a brass handle, materialized in the center of the hallway. It didn't lead to a room. It led to a memory of a kitchen in 1982, smelling of cinnamon and floor wax. "Go," I screamed, the sound cracking the sky of the glass desert. Tyler didn't hesitate. He dived through the door just as the floorboards beneath him turned into a liquid black pit. The door slammed shut, and for a moment the connection snapped. Tyler was gone, not reflected, not shattered, but elsewhere. He was in a pocket of the past that the house could no longer digest because I had uncoupled it from the sequence. The house roared. The sound was the breaking of 1,000 windows. "You've broken the cycle," Miller's voice returned, but he sounded small now, distant. "You've introduced a paradox, Elias. If the reflected return to the source, the mirror has no purpose. You're destroying the balance." "The balance was a lie," I retorted. I could feel myself thinning, the silver of my being spreading out to cover the entire desert. I was no longer a man, and I was no longer a lens. I was becoming the silver itself. I was the mercury in the veins of the world. "You didn't manage reality, Miller. You farmed it. You kept the world thin, so you could be the only one who felt thick." I turned my attention back to Maya. She was still standing in that unknown bathroom, her hand hovering near the mirror. She looked older, perhaps 25 now. Time moved differently in the silver. To her, only seconds had passed since she wrote that word. To me, I had lived a lifetime as a ghost. "Maya," I said. It was the softest sound I had ever made. She jumped, her eyes darting around the room. "Dad." The word hit me like a physical blow. She remembered. Despite what Miller said, despite the house's attempts to scrub the world clean of me, the connection held. "I'm here," I said, "but I'm not the man you remember. I'm the glass, Maya. I'm the thing between you and the dark." "I see them," she whispered, her voice trembling. "In the corners, in the windows at night. They're coming for me, aren't they? Because I'm the one who got away." I looked past her through the reflection of her bathroom. In the hallway of her apartment, the shadows were gathering. They were the same voids I had seen in the Blackwood house, the something else that served as the house's hounds. They had tracked her down. The house didn't like loose ends. "They won't touch you," I promised. I looked at the ledger again. I saw the thousands of names, the shattered, the reflected, the lost. They were all there, trapped in their individual cells of glass, feeding the house with their stagnant sorrow. "Everyone," I called out. My voice rippled across the desert, striking every mirror, every jar, every silver pool. "Listen to me. You aren't reflections. You aren't echoes. You are the energy that powers this place, and I am giving it back." I didn't just rip the pages. I dissolved the book. I poured my own fading consciousness into the ink, turning the silver black. I forced the names back into the world. It was a reverse audit, a grand de-inventory. In the desert, the jars began to explode in a rhythmic sequence, like a string of firecrackers. The liquid light inside didn't spill onto the sand. It shot upward, piercing the black glass sky. Each beam of light carried a soul, a memory, a piece of a life that had been stolen. I felt them leaving. Arthur Penhaligon, 1924. Sarah, my Sarah, the one from the woods. The urban explorers. The thousands of nameless faces. They weren't going back to their lives. Those lives were gone, burned away by time. They were going back to the source. They were becoming part of the unspent potential Miller had feared. They were becoming the chaos that makes the world real. As they left, the desert began to shrink. The shelves collapsed. The galvanized tub evaporated. The Blackwood house groaned. Without the fuel of 1,000 souls, the structure couldn't maintain its physical integrity. In the real world, the house began to fold in on itself. The rotting wood turned to ash. The glass windows melted into puddles of sand. It was a slow-motion implosion, a haunting, disappearing act. But the shadows in Maya's hallway were still there. They were independent of the house now, hungry and desperate. They lunged for the bathroom door. "Maya, break the mirror," I shouted. "What? No, Dad, I'll lose you." "You already lost me, honey, a long time ago. But if you break the glass, you break the bridge. They can't cross if there's no path." She reached for a heavy glass candle jar on the counter. Her hand shook. Tears were streaming down her face, blurring her vision. "Do it," I urged. "Be the one who stays in the light." The shadows slammed against the door. The wood splintered. A void-black hand reached through the gap, its fingers elongated and needle-sharp. Maya looked into the mirror one last time. She didn't see a monster. She didn't see a ghost. She saw the man who had carried her on his shoulders, the man who had told her that the dark was just a place where the stars lived. "I love you, Daddy," she whispered. "I know," I said. She swung the jar. The world shattered. The sensation wasn't painful, it was a release. I felt myself fragmenting into 1,000,000,000 pieces, each one a tiny diamond of light. I wasn't Elia's thorn anymore. I wasn't the auditor. I was the dust in the air. I was the glint of sun on a lake. I was the static between radio stations. I was everywhere, and I was nowhere. The shadows in Maya's apartment vanished as the bridge disintegrated. They had no anchor, no reflection to cling to. They simply ceased to be, sucked back into the vacuum of a broken circuit. Maya stood in her bathroom, surrounded by shards of glass. She was safe. She was alone. She was whole. For a long time, there was only silence. Then, in the ruins of the Blackwood house, a single piece of glass remained. It was a small shard, no bigger than a thumbnail, buried deep under the charred remains of the basement stairs. It was a fragment of the pier mirror, the original entry point. A hand reached down and picked it up. The hand was stained with chrome streaks. The skin was old, gnarled, and pebbled like a lizard's. Miller looked at the shard. In its tiny surface, he could see the entire world, the new, chaotic, unaudited world. He saw people living, dying, loving, and grieving without anyone to record the transition. He saw the excess building up, a wild tide of human experience that threatened to overflow the banks of reality. He sighed, a long, weary sound. "You think you won, Elias," Miller whispered to the shard. "You think you set them free, but the world needs a mirror. It always has. Without us to watch, they'll simply drown in themselves." He tucked the shard into his pocket. He turned away from the ruins of the house and began to walk. He didn't head toward the road. He headed toward the woods, the deep, dark woods where the shadows were already beginning to gather again, waiting for a new shape to take. He reached into his other pocket and pulled out a small, leather-bound notebook. It wasn't skin-bound. It was just paper, cheap, mundane paper. He opened it to the first page. He took out a pen. "Part 7, he muttered to himself, his voice lost in the wind. "The man who became the wind." He began to write. Across the country, in a small apartment, Maya sat on her bed. She felt a strange sensation, a coolness on her cheek like a phantom kiss. She looked at the blank wall where her mirror used to be. She didn't see her reflection. She saw the sunlight. She smiled, and for the first time in 10 years, she didn't look back. But in the corner of the room, in the polished surface of a toaster, a tiny spark of silver flickered. The story wasn't over. It was just changing its shape. The loop was tightening. The glass snake was still hungry. And somewhere in a basement that hadn't been built yet, a man was looking into a mirror and seeing someone else. The audit was merely on a hiatus. I was still there, not as a man, but as the ghost in every reflection. I was the reason people sometimes look twice at their own eyes in the morning. I was the reason the dark felt heavy. I was the warning. But as Miller walked into the trees, I realized I was also the witness. And as long as someone was watching, the story could never truly end. It would just keep reflecting over and over until the glass finally turned to dust. And even then, the dust would remember. The transition from being a person to being a property of light was not a sudden snap, but a long, agonizing erosion. I felt myself becoming a frequency, a vibration hummed by the very atoms of the atmosphere. When Maya broke that mirror, she didn't just destroy a piece of glass. She severed the anchor that kept my consciousness tethered to a single perspective. I was no longer looking through a window. I was the light hitting the window. I was the refraction in a raindrop. I was the silver backing on a billion mirrors across the globe. It was a madness of scale. I could see 1,000 bathrooms, a million rearview mirrors, the polished chrome of a passing fender in a city I'd never visited. I saw a woman in Paris weeping into her vanity. I saw a boy in Tokyo making faces at himself in a train window. I saw an old man in a rest home staring at a blank television screen, seeing only the ghost of his own withered frame. I was the common denominator in every act of vanity and every moment of self-loathing. But Miller was still moving. He was a smudge of density in a world that had become transparent to me. He walked through the skeletal remains of the Blackwood Woods, his boots crunching on the dry, blackened needles of trees that had forgotten how to grow. He wasn't just walking, he was dragging the weight of the old order with him. Even without the house, he carried the gravity of the auditor. He stopped at the edge of a stagnant pond, the water so still it looked like a sheet of hammered lead. He looked down into it. "You're still there, Elias," he murmured. He didn't look at the water, he looked asterisk into asterisk it, piercing the veil of my new, fragmented existence. "You think you've distributed the burden. You think by shattering the lens, you've blinded the eye. But all you've done is create a million smaller eyes, and they are all crying." I tried to scream, to ripple the water, to manifest a face that could spit defiance at him, but I was too thin. I was a film of oil on the surface of his reality. I could only watch as he reached into his pocket and pulled out that single shard of the pier mirror, the jagged tooth of the house that had survived the collapse. He held it over the pond. The shard caught the dying light of the afternoon sun, casting a sharp, rhythmic glint into the trees. "The house was a filter," Miller said, his voice regaining that terrifying academic coldness. "It caught the sediment of the soul so the river could run clear. Now, Now the sediment is everywhere. It's in the air they breathe. It's in the water they drink. People will start seeing things, Elias, not just ghosts. They'll start seeing the truth of themselves. And they aren't strong enough for that. They'll break just like you did. He dropped the shard into the pond. It didn't splash. It sank through the water as if the liquid offered no resistance, a hot knife through black wax. As it touched the silt at the bottom, a pulse of silver light radiated outward. The pond didn't just reflect the trees anymore. It began to show the roots asterisk. It showed the worms turning the soil. It showed the bones of animals that had died there a century ago. It showed the dark, hungry veins of the earth itself. The pond was becoming a new node, a new ledger. I felt the pull immediately. The billions of fragments of my consciousness began to drift toward that pulse. It was a magnetic command. The house was dead, but the function was immortal. Nature abhors a vacuum, and the metaphysical world abhors an unobserved life. I fought it. I clung to the reflection of a skyscraper in Chicago. I hid in the glint of a child's marble in London. I tried to wrap myself around the memory of Maya's face, using her love as a lead shield against the auditor's call. But the pull was tectonic. It was the sound of a cosmic drain being opened. Miller sat on a rotted log by the pond's edge. He opened his new notebook. He wasn't just writing. He was asterisk mapping asterisk. He was drawing lines between the shards of my broken self, stitching me back together into a shape that suited his needs. Entry 1, he wrote, the scratch of his pen sounding like a bone scraping on stone. The auditor has been decentralized. The new lens is atmospheric. Subject, the world. Status, unstable. As he wrote, the air around the pond began to thicken. The something else, the gray, featureless entities that had hunted Tyler and Maya, began to seep out of the shadows of the trees. They didn't look like monsters here. They looked like unfinished sketches of people. They gathered around Miller, not in threat, but in supplication. They were the discarded drafts of humanity, and they needed a record. They needed to be told they existed. Be patient, Miller told them, his eyes never leaving the page. He's coming back. He's just spread a little thin right now. I felt my grip on the world failing. The skyscraper in Chicago blurred. The marble in London went dark. I was being pulled back to the woods, back to the site of my failure. But as I drifted, I saw something Miller hadn't accounted for. I saw Tyler. He wasn't in the past anymore. The pocket of 1982 I had thrown him into hadn't been a permanent escape. It had been a transit point. He was standing on a suburban street in the present day, looking at a house that looked exactly like the one he had grown up in, but the colors were too bright, the edges too sharp. He was in the excess, the bleed-off of reality that the house had spent a century harvesting. He wasn't alone. There were others there, hundreds of them, the people I had released from the jars. They were wandering through a world made of pure memory, a landscape constructed from the salt in the grief that Miller had boasted about. It was a beautiful, terrifying place where the sky was the color of a fresh bruise and the wind sounded like a choir of hummingbirds. They weren't victims anymore. They were the inhabitants of the mirror side. And they were looking at the boundaries. I realized then that the bridge worked both ways. If Miller was trying to pull me back to stabilize the real world, the people in the excess were looking for a way to break through. They didn't want to be reflections anymore. They wanted their weight back. I reached out to Tyler. I couldn't speak, but I could shimmer. I caught the light on a window pane near him, flashing a frantic Morse code rhythm. Tyler, look at the water. Find the pond. The boy squinted. He had changed. His eyes were no longer the eyes of a frightened child. They were the eyes of someone who had seen the gears of the universe and survived the grinding. He nodded once, a sharp movement of his head. He turned to the crowd of the reflected, the gray woman who was his grandmother, the explorers, the thousands of lost souls. There's a hole, Tyler said, his voice carrying through the silver air of the excess. The auditor is trying to close it. If we don't move now, we'll be ghosts forever. They began to walk. Not toward a door, but toward the very idea of a reflection. They moved toward the surface of the world. Back at the pond, Miller froze. His pen hovered over the paper. A drop of ink fell, blooming like a black flower on the page. He looked up, his gaze scanning the tree line. "What are you doing, Elias?" he hissed. "You're inviting the tide. You'll drown the world in its own shadows. You don't know what happens when the reflected and the real collide. It's total annihilation, matter and antimatter." "Maybe," I whispered, my voice finally finding a vibration in the reeds at the water's edge. "Or maybe it's just a reunion." The pond began to boil. It wasn't heat, it was pressure. From the depth of the water, hands began to emerge. Not the needle-fingered hands of the shadows, but human hands, solid, fleshy, desperate. Tyler's hand was the first to break the surface. He grabbed the edge of a submerged rock and hauled himself upward. His face broke the water, gasping, his lungs tasting the thin air of the real world for the first time in an eternity. Behind him came Clara, then the others, a slow, steady procession of the resurrected, crawling out of a pond that shouldn't have been deep enough to hold a dog. Miller stood up, his face contorting in a mixture of horror and a strange, sick kind of awe. He backed away, clutching his notebook to his chest. "This isn't an audit. This is a riot. You're breaking the laws of the glass." "The glass is gone, Miller," I said, my voice now a roar that shook the very surface of the pond. "We're all just people now." But as Tyler pulled himself onto the bank, something happened. As soon as his skin touched the air of the real world, he began to fade. He didn't turn into a shadow, he turned into a ghost. He was thick in the excess, but here, in the world Miller had kept manageable, there was no room for him. He was a surplus soul. He looked at his hands, watching them become transparent. He looked at Miller. "Help me," Tyler rasped. Miller didn't move to help. He moved to record asterisk. He began scribbling frantically, his eyes wide. "Subject 402, Tyler Vance. Re-entry unsuccessful. Reality rejection. The host world cannot sustain the excess. Witness the evaporation of the self." "No," I screamed. I gathered every fragment of myself, every glint in every mirror in every city, and I pulled. I didn't pull myself toward the pond. I pushed myself into asterisk Tyler. I became his weight. I became the silver backing to his soul. I poured my decentralized consciousness into the hollow spaces of his fading form, acting as a metaphysical grout. I gave him my memories of the smell of rain, the taste of coffee, the feeling of a hammer's handle. I gave him the thickness I had stolen from the house. Tyler's body solidified. He hit the ground with a heavy, wet thud, his hands digging into the real, honest mud of the Blackwood woods. He was solid. He was real. But I was gone. I wasn't the wind anymore. I wasn't the light. I was the internal structure of a boy who shouldn't exist. I was the skeleton of a miracle. One by one, the others followed. They didn't all make it. Some faded into the air like morning mist, their names lost to the wind. But dozens, hundreds found an anchor. They found a piece of the released energy I had scattered, and they used it to buy their way back into the light. The woods were no longer empty. They were filled with dazed, shivering people in clothes from a dozen different decades. They were the something else made flesh. Miller backed away, his heels catching on the roots of a dead oak. He looked at the crowd of the returned, his face pale. He looked at his notebook, then at the people, then back at the notebook. The math didn't add up. The ledger was broken. "You've ruined it," Miller whispered. "You've made the world too heavy, it's going to sink. The reflections, they have no home now. They'll wander. They'll haunt every surface. Every time a child looks into a mirror, they won't see themselves. They'll see the crowd you've unleashed." "Good," Tyler said, standing up. He looked at Miller with my eyes, or rather, with the eyes I had given him. "Maybe then they'll stop being so afraid of the dark." Tyler walked toward Miller. The old man tried to scramble away, but he was slow, and the woods were no longer his domain. Tyler reached out and grabbed the notebook. Miller let out a pathetic, high-pitched wail. That's the record. That's the only thing that keeps the sequence. Without the book, there is no auditor. Exactly, Tyler said. He didn't burn the book. He didn't tear it. He walked to the edge of the pond and held it over the water, the spot where the shard of the pier mirror still pulsed with a dying, rhythmic light. "Elias," Tyler whispered, looking down into the water, "are you still in there?" I couldn't answer with words. I could only give him a feeling, a sense of warmth, a heartbeat that wasn't his own. I was the passenger in his skin, the silent partner in his survival. "I'm going to finish it," Tyler said. He dropped the notebook into the pond. As the paper hit the water, the ink began to bleed out, turning the pond into a pool of pure midnight black. The silver pulse of the shard was smothered. The connection to the house, to the desert, to the infinite cold sky was finally, irrevocably cut. The pond became just a pond, a muddy, stagnant hole in the ground. Miller slumped to the ground, his eyes vacant. Without the book, without the house, he was just a very old man who had forgotten how to be human. He looked at his hands, seeing the chrome stains fading, leaving behind only age spots and tremors. He began to cry, not the salt-heavy grief of the house, but the dry, hollow sob of a man who had outlived his own myth. The return began to move, drifting out of the woods toward the distant lights of the town. They were ghosts in the eyes of the law, anomalies in the eyes of science, but they were alive. They would find their way. They would be the stories that people told in whispers, the ones who came back from the glass. Tyler stayed by the pond for a long time. He looked at his reflection in the now dark water. He didn't see me. He didn't see a monster. He just saw a boy who had been given a second chance by a man who had become a window. "Thank you," he whispered. I felt the words vibrate through his chest. Through the lungs, I was helping him move. Through the heart, I was helping him beat. We turned away from the pond and began the long walk back toward the world. Somewhere far away, Sarah was sitting on her porch. She looked at her reflection in the darkened window of her front door. For a split second, the reflection didn't move when she did. It stayed still, watching her with a look of profound, aching love. She didn't scream, she didn't run. She placed her hand against the glass, palm to palm with the man who wasn't there. "Elias," she breathed. The reflection smiled, a brief flickering thing, and then it vanished, merging back into the natural play of light and shadow. The audit was over. The world was heavy, chaotic, and dangerously full of ghosts. It was unmanaged, unrecorded, and utterly unpredictable. It was beautiful. And as Tyler stepped out onto the main road, the sun began to rise. The light hit the asphalt, the road signs, and the windows of the passing cars. For the first time in a century, the reflections were just reflections. But if you look closely, if you catch the light at just the right angle, in just the right moment of silence, you might see us. The ones who stayed behind to hold the glass together. The ones who remember that on the other side of every mirror, there isn't just a copy. There is someone else, and they are waiting for you to see them. The road ahead was a ribbon of gray velvet under the bruised purple of the pre-dawn sky. Tyler walked with a gait that felt heavy, almost rhythmic, as if he were learning the physics of gravity for the first time. Every step he took was a collaborative effort. I felt the flex of his calves, the minute adjustments of his inner ear, the spark of synapses firing to keep his balance. I was the scaffolding inside his house of bone. We passed a rusted sign that welcomed travelers to a town whose name had been scoured away by decades of wind and neglect. It didn't matter. To the hundreds of souls trailing behind us in a loose, silent pilgrimage, any name would do. They moved like sleepwalkers waking from a century-long nightmare, their eyes wide and drinking in the mundane miracles of the physical world. A woman in a flapper dress touched the rough bark of a pine tree and began to sob, the sound thick and wet, a stark contrast to the hollow, paper-thin wails of the mirror's side. A man in a tattered Union Army uniform knelt by the side of the road, sifting handfuls of dirt through his fingers as if it were gold dust. They were the excess, the leaked data of 100 years of human sorrow, and they were finally grounded. But as the sun began to crest the horizon, bleeding a pale, sickly yellow over the jagged teeth of the mountains, I felt the first tremors of the new reality. The air didn't just carry the scent of pine and damp earth, it carried the hum. It was a low-frequency vibration, the sound of a billion tiny fractures. By destroying the ledger in the house, we hadn't ended the phenomenon, we had simply removed the filter. The something else was no longer confined to the basements and the hallways of the Blackwood estate. It was everywhere. It was the static between radio stations. It was the flicker in the peripheral vision of a tired driver. It was the way a room felt suddenly cold when you remembered someone who was gone. Miller had been right about one thing. The world wasn't built to hold this much truth. Elias, Tyler murmured, his voice cracking. He stopped at a gas station that looked like a derelict spaceship stranded in the weeds. The neon sign buzzed, *open*, though the windows were boarded up. I can feel them, all of them. I pulsed a sensation of calm through his chest, a warmth that radiated from his solar plexus to his fingertips. Don't look at the whole, I thought, hoping the vibration of the idea would reach him. Look at the pieces. Tyler walked to a cracked vending machine outside the station. He looked at the glass. For a moment, his own reflection stared back, tired, dirty, but undeniably him. Then the glass shimmered. Behind his reflection, a dozen other faces appeared. They weren't ghosts in the traditional sense. They were echoes. They were the people who had stood at this exact spot 10, 20, 50 years ago. A trucker wiping sweat from his brow. A teenage girl checking her lipstick. An old woman counting her change. They were all there, layered like translucent vellum. The thinness I had distributed was acting as a permanent exposure. The past was no longer behind us. It was beneath the surface of every reflective plane. "They're trapped," Tyler whispered, reaching out to touch the glass. "No asterisk," I signaled, a sharp spike of coldness. "They are remembered. That is the difference." Before, the auditor had harvested these moments, bottled them, and turned them into fuel for the house's hunger. Now, they simply were asterisk. They were the texture of the world, a haunting that was also a heritage. Suddenly, the silence of the morning was shattered by the roar of an engine. A black SUV tore down the highway, its headlights cutting through the mist like twin blades. It screeched to a halt 20 yards from Tyler, kicking up a cloud of grit and dead leaves. The doors flew open. Men in tactical gear stepped out, but they weren't soldiers. They wore the same charcoal gray suits Miller had favored, though theirs were reinforced, modern. On their lapels was a silver pin, a stylized eye with a line drawn through the pupil. "The new order. Subject 402, one of them shouted, leveling a device that looked like a cross between a camera and a Geiger counter. "Stay where you are. You are carrying unauthorized cognitive mass." Tyler didn't run. He couldn't. He was the anchor for too many souls, and his legs felt like lead. He watched as the men fanned out, their devices clicking frantically. The air around Tyler began to distort, the light bending as if he were standing in the center of a heat mirage. "He's a walking breach," the lead man said into a shoulder-mounted radio. "The internal density is off the charts. It looks like the auditor's entire primary sequence is fused with the boy's nervous system." "Where is Miller?" another asked, his voice cold and professional. "Back at the pond," Tyler said, his voice surprisingly steady. "He's just an old man now. You can have him. He's empty." The man with the device stepped closer. The screen on his tool was a frantic blur of silver and black. "You don't understand, kid. You're not just a person anymore. You're a liability. You're leaking the other into the primary stream. If we don't contain you, the local reality will lose its cohesion. People will start falling through the floorboards of their own lives." I felt a surge of protective rage. These were the bookkeepers, the ones who wanted the world to be a neat, closed loop where nothing was ever lost because nothing was ever truly felt. They wanted to put the salt back in the jars. Tyler, I thought, the word a roar in his mind. The glass, use the glass. Tyler looked at the cracked vending machine. He looked at the shattered remains of a side mirror on a nearby wreck. He didn't see them as objects anymore. He saw them as doorways. He reached out, not with his physical hand, but with the part of him that was me. He reached into the thickness of his own soul and pulled. The reflections on the vending machine didn't just shimmer, they stepped out. The trucker, the teenage girl, the old woman, they didn't become solid, but they became visible asterisk. A phalanx of translucent history stood between Tyler and the men in gray. The tactical devices began to scream, their screens turning white with the sheer volume of data. "What is this?" the lead man yelled, shielding his eyes. "What are you doing?" "I'm showing you the truth," Tyler said. The echoes didn't attack. They simply existed with such intensity that the modern world couldn't maintain its grip. The SUV began to flicker, its sleek black paint turning into the rusted chassis of the car it would become in 40 years. The men's suits began to fray, the threads unspooling into the raw wool and polyester they had once been. Time was folding. The audit was being inverted. "Fall back," the leader cried, his voice sounding thin and distant, as if he were calling from the bottom of a well. "The local entropy is accelerating. We can't stabilize the frame." They scrambled back into their flickering vehicle and sped away, the SUV appearing and disappearing as it moved through the fluctuating pockets of time Tyler had inadvertently created. Tyler slumped against the vending machine, gasping. The echoes faded back into the glass, leaving the morning quiet once more. "I can't keep doing that," he wheezed. "It hurts, Elias. It feels like my skin is being pulled through a needle's eye." "I know," I comforted him. "The weight is heavy, but you aren't alone." We began to walk again, but this time we headed away from the highway, deeper into the hills. We needed a place where the thickness wouldn't cause a car crash or a localized collapse of physics. We needed a sanctuary. As we climbed, I saw them. Scattered across the valley below, the other returned were finding their own ways. Some were being greeted by families who had thought them dead for decades. Reunions that were joyous but fraught with the terrifying realization that the person coming home hadn't aged a day. Others were wandering into towns that no longer recognized them, becoming the new urban legends, the mirror people who lived in the cracks of society. The world was changing. The secret history of the Blackwood House was becoming public knowledge, not through headlines or news reports, but through the lived experience of thousands. You couldn't ignore the ghost in your mirror when he was sitting at your kitchen table eating toast. By noon, we reached a small, abandoned cabin overlooking the valley. It was a humble place, built of cedar and stone, its windows remarkably intact. Tyler entered and sat on the floor, the dust motes dancing in the shafts of light like tiny, golden memories. He looked at his hands. They were solid, but if he held them up to the light, he could see the faint, crystalline structure of my consciousness woven through his veins. "What happens now?" he asked the empty room. "We wait," I thought. "We learn how to be two people in one skin. We watch the world wake up." I reached out through the windows of the cabin, my awareness spreading like a net. I could feel Maya. She was miles away, sitting in a diner, staring into a cup of black coffee. She looked exhausted, but her eyes were clear. She looked at her reflection in the glass of the pie display. She didn't see me, not exactly, but she saw a ripple, a sign that the man she loved hadn't just evaporated into the dark. She smiled, a small, private thing, and I felt a pang of longing so sharp it nearly destabilized Tyler's heart. I also felt the others, the something else that hadn't found bodies. They were gathering in the high places, the wild places where the mirrors were made of ice and still water. They weren't hunting anymore. They were waiting for a new shape, without the auditor to tell them they were trash. They were beginning to form their own identities, becoming the spirits of the new world. But there was a shadow on the horizon. Deep in the city, in a building made entirely of glass and steel, a man sat in an office that overlooked the world. He wasn't wearing a gray suit. He was wearing a lab coat. On his desk was a single, charred page from Miller's notebook, the one that had floated to the surface of the pond before it turned black. He wasn't looking at the words. He was looking at the ink. He was analyzing the molecular structure of the salt. "The decentralization is complete," the man said into a sleek silver phone. "The auditor is dead, but the medium is now universal. We don't need the house anymore. We have the atmosphere. Start the harvest. We'll capture the reflections directly from the air." The war for the soul of the reflection wasn't over. It had just moved from the shadows of the woods to the light of the everyday. Tyler stood up, sensing my unease. He walked to the window and looked out at the valley. The sun was high now, and the world was brilliant, sharp, and terrifyingly fragile. "Let them come," Tyler said, his voice echoing with the resonance of 1,000 voices. "We're ready." I felt the silver in his blood hum in agreement. I wasn't just a property of light anymore. I wasn't just a ghost in the glass. I was the shield, I was the memory, I was the someone else. And as the first drones began to hum in the distance, their lenses polished to a lethal shine, I prepared to show them exactly what happens when you try to audit the infinite. The mirror was broken, but the vision had never been clearer. We were no longer looking through a glass, darkly. We were looking at each other, face to face, in a world where the shadows had finally learned how to speak. The long erosion was over. The reconstruction had begun. The silence of the cabin was not an absence of sound, but a layered composition of histories. To Tyler's ears, it was the settling of cedar beams and the whistle of wind through the eaves. To my senses, the expanded, crystalline perception that now mapped the environment through the atomic vibrations of every reflective surface. It was a roar. The dust motes weren't just skin cells in Earth. They were microscopic prisms, each one carrying a flicker of the light that had touched it a century ago. Tyler moved to the small kitchenette, his fingers brushing a rusted hand pump over the sink. He pumped it, the mechanical groan echoing in the hollow space, until a stream of brackish, iron-scented water spilled out. He cupped his hands, drinking deeply, and I felt the cold slide down his throat, a sensation of pure physical grounding that momentarily quieted the static of the other pressing against the walls of his mind. "They're coming, aren't they?" he asked, wiping his mouth with the back of a hand that still bore the faint, silvery sheen of the chrome stains. "The ones from the SUV. They aren't just going to let us sit in a cabin and watch the sunset." "No," I replied, the thought manifesting as a gentle cooling behind his eyes. "They are collectors. To them, the world is a library that has suddenly caught fire. They aren't trying to put out the flames. They're trying to save the rarest books before the roof collapses. And you, Tyler, are the most illuminated manuscript they've ever seen." He sat on a rickety wooden chair, the legs creaking under his weight. "I don't feel like a book. I feel like a leak. I can feel the valley, Elias. I can feel the people in the town 5 miles away. I can feel them looking at themselves in the morning, brushing their teeth, adjusting their ties. And I can feel the moment they realize their reflection is a half-second slow. It's like 1,000 tiny stabs of panic." This was the thinning. By destroying the ledger, we hadn't just freed the trapped souls. We had dissolved the membrane that kept the is separate from the was. The world was becoming a double exposure. For some, it would be a haunting. For others, a revelation. But for the men in the glass and steel towers, it was a loss of control. If everyone could see the ghosts could no longer be used as a secret currency. Suddenly, the air in the cabin shifted. It wasn't a draft. It was a change in the refractive index of the light. The sunshine hitting the floorboards began to bend, curving away from the center of the room as if avoided an invisible mass. "Stand up," I urged, "the windows." Tyler scrambled to his feet. Outside, the sky was still blue, but the horizon was beginning to stutter. It looked like a digital video feed with a low bitrate. Blocks of the sky would freeze, turn a flat, matte gray, and then snap back into focus. The drones were here. They weren't the clunky quadcopters of the hobbyist. They were sleek, silent spheres of polished chrome the size of grapefruit. They hung in the air like metallic eyes, their surfaces perfectly mirroring the landscape around them. But as they drew closer, I realized they weren't just observing. They were asterisk absorbing. Wherever a drone pointed its lens, the color drained out of the world. The green of the pines turned to ash. The brown of the soil turned to lead. They were sanitizing the reality, sucking the excess chronological mass, the echoes of the past, into their internal storage. They were attempting to reboot the local area to a base state. "They're erasing them," Tyler whispered, his voice trembling. "The people who just got back, the echoes, they're just blinking out." He was right. Down in the valley, I could feel the agonizing pop of connections being severed. The woman in the flapper dress, the Union soldier, as the drones passed over them, the light that sustained their presence was harvested. They didn't die. They simply ceased to be here, pulled back into a new kind of digital purgatory. One of the spheres drifted toward the cabin window. It didn't make a sound, but the glass in the window began to vibrate, a high-pitched hum that made Tyler's teeth ache. "Don't let it look at you," I warned. "If it captures your reflection, it captures the anchor. It captures me." Tyler dived behind the heavy oak table just as the drone's lens aligned with the window. A beam of null light, a frequency that looked like a hole in the universe, shot through the room. Where it hit the back wall, the wood didn't burn. It simply became featureless, a smooth gray plane devoid of texture or history. The memories of the tree that grew the wood, the carpenter who planed it, the families who had lived within its shelter, all of it was gone, processed into data. "We have to fight back," Tyler hissed, his face pressed against the dusty floor. "Elias, if you're a window, then open the damn shutters. Show them something they can't categorize." I hesitated. To do what he asked meant letting go of the internal scaffolding I had built to keep him sane. It meant allowing the full, unbridled pressure of the other side to flow through his nervous system. It was the difference between a controlled irrigation and a dam break. "It will change you," I told him. "You won't be just Tyler anymore. You'll be a crossroads, a permanent bridge." "I'm already a ghost's roommate," he snapped, a flash of his old, defiant spirit breaking through the fear. "Do it." I let go. The sensation was like being plunged into a sea of liquid silver. Every nerve ending in Tyler's body ignited. His vision didn't just expand, it shattered. He wasn't just seeing the cabin. He was seeing the cabin in 1924, 1958, and 2002. He saw the fire that would eventually burn it down in 2045. He saw the molecules of the air as vibrating strings of intent. He stood up, and this time, he didn't hide. He walked directly to the window and stared into the chrome sphere. The drone's lens whirred, attempting to lock onto his pupils to find the primary subject. But there was no primary subject anymore. In the reflection of the drone's surface, Tyler saw himself, but behind him, standing tall and radiant, was a figure made of pure, refracted light. Me. But I wasn't alone. Behind me were the millions of others, the ones the auditor had categorized as waste. The mothers who had died in childbirth, the poets who had burned their work, the soldiers who had been forgotten in unmarked graves. We weren't data. We were the emotional weight of the world, the unrecorded size of humanity. Tyler reached out and touched the glass of the window. "The audit is closed," he said, and his voice wasn't a sound. It was a frequency that shattered the chrome sphere instantly. The drone didn't just break, it inverted. The harvested light it had stolen erupted outward in a kaleidoscopic burst. The gray, sanitized patches of the room flooded with colors that didn't exist in the natural spectrum, the hues of dreams and forgotten summers. But we didn't stop there. Using Tyler's body as a conductor, I reached out to the other drones in the valley. I didn't attack them with force. I attacked them with asterisk meaning. I flooded their sensors with the sheer, overwhelming complexity of a single human memory. The smell of rain on hot asphalt, the feeling of a first kiss, the grief of losing a dog. The machines couldn't handle the file size. Their processors, designed for the cold logic of accumulation, seized up under the weight of subjective experience. One by one, the chrome spheres fell from the sky, crashing into the trees like dead birds. Down in the valley, the men in the glass and steel tower saw their monitors go black. The harvest was failing. The something else wasn't just leaking, it was fighting back. Tyler slumped against the window frame, his skin pale and shimmering with a cold sweat that looked like mercury. His heart was racing, a frantic drumming that I fought to steady. "Did we win?" he gasped. "We won the moment," I whispered, "but the world is no longer what it was. Look." He looked out the window. The valley was no longer a simple landscape. It was a tapestry. The returned were standing in the fields, and they were no longer flickering. They were becoming part of the scenery, as solid as the rocks and the trees. The thinness was stabilizing into a new kind of thick. The past and the present were merging into a continuous, living fabric. But in the distance toward the city, a new shape was rising. It wasn't a drone. It was a tower of light, a massive artificial pillar that pierced the clouds. It was a broadcasting station, a reality anchor designed to force the world back into a singular, manageable timeline. The new order wasn't giving up. They were escalating. They were going to try to format the entire planet. "They're going to erase everything," Tyler said, his eyes widening. "Not just the ghosts, everything that doesn't fit their model." "They can't, asterisk," I said, though I felt a tremor of doubt. "Not if we reach the source. Not if we show the world that the reflection is more real than the object." Hell. The house, I realized. The Blackwood estate. It's gone, but the spot remains. The pond. It's the origin point of the leak. If we can turn the pond into a broadcast of our own, if we can use the black ink of the ledger to write a new story, then we have to go back, Tyler said. He looked at his hands, which were now pulsing with a steady, rhythmic light. He didn't look like a boy anymore. He looked like a herald. As we stepped out of the cabin, the air felt different. It was charged, electric. The birds weren't singing. They were chanting in a language that sounded like the rustle of old paper. The trees were leaning toward us, their leaves turning into tiny green mirrors. We began the walk back down the mountain. We weren't alone. Behind us, the woman in the flapper dress and the Union soldier joined the procession. From the woods, others emerged. A child from the 1950s clutching a wooden hoop, a miner from the 1880s with coal dust etched into his skin. They didn't speak. They didn't need to. They were all part of the same current now. We were a river of history flowing back toward the sea. As we reached the highway, the black SUVs returned. But this time, they didn't stop. They veered off the road, their drivers blinded by the sheer radiance of the crowd. The new order was finding that their tactical gear and their gray suits were useless against a force that didn't obey the laws of physics. You can't handcuff a memory. You can't shoot a reflection. The sun reached its zenith, but it didn't feel like noon. It felt like the beginning of a long, golden afternoon that might last for centuries. Tyler, I thought, feeling the immense weight of the souls following us. When we get to the pond, I don't know if I can come back. To fix the world, I might have to become the world. Tyler paused, his foot hovering over a crack in the asphalt. He looked down at his shadow, which was now twice as long as it should be, dancing with the shadows of people who weren't there. "You're saying you'll have to stay in the glass, for good." "I'll be the glass," I corrected. "I'll be the layer between the is and the was. I'll be the one who makes sure no one ever gets lost in the dark again. But I won't be in here with you. You'll be alone in your skin." Tyler was silent for a long time. A car sped past, its windows reflecting the strange parade, and for a second, The driver's face transformed into that of his own grandfather, a moment of recognition that caused the car to wobble before straightening out. "I was alone before," Tyler said softly. "In that hospital room in that house. I was always alone. You gave me a world, Elias, even if it was a broken one." He looked up at the mountains, his eyes reflecting the infinite blue of the sky. "If being alone means the world gets to keep its soul, then I can handle it. Just don't forget me. When you're the wind and the light and the silence, remember the kid who let you in." "I couldn't forget you if I tried," I promised. "You are the ink I'm written in." We turned the final bend in the road. The scorched remains of the Blackwood estate came into view. The house was gone, replaced by a blackened scar on the earth, but the pond was glowing. It wasn't the silver pulse of the shard anymore. It was a deep, iridescent violet like the eye of a storm. Standing around the edge of the water were the men in lab coats. They had set up massive, humming pylons that were draining the violet light, pumping it into a series of lead-lined canisters. They were trying to bottle the source. At the center of the group stood the man from the office, the one with the charred page of the ledger. He looked up as Tyler approached, his expression not one of fear, but of academic curiosity. "Subject 402, the man said, his voice amplified by a megaphone. "You're late. We've already begun the stabilization. In 1 hour, the other side will be purged and the world will return to a state of perfect, measurable entropy. No more ghosts, no more anomalies, just the cold, hard facts of existence." Tyler didn't stop walking. He moved toward the pond, the crowd of echoes parting for him like water. "The facts are a lie," Tyler shouted back, his voice amplified by the thousands of souls within him. "The world isn't a ledger, it's a mirror." He reached the edge of the water. The pylons groaned, their cooling fans screaming as the proximity of Tyler's thickness began to overload their circuits. The man in the lab coat stepped forward, holding a device that looked like a glass scalpel. "You're a fascinating specimen, boy, but you're just a vessel, and every vessel has a breaking point." He lunged forward, aiming the scalpel at Tyler's chest, the place where I was anchored. But he didn't hit flesh. The moment the tip of the blade touched Tyler's shirt, the air around them crystallized. The man froze, his body encased in a thin layer of frost that shimmered with the faces of everyone he had ever hurt, everyone he had ever tried to collect. He wasn't dead. He was being shown his own reflection. And for a man like him, that was a fate worse than death. Tyler looked down into the violet water of the pond. "Now," he whispered. "Now, asterisk," I replied. Tyler stepped into the water. As he sank, I began to unfurl. I pulled myself out of his marrow, out of his synapses, out of his heart. It was an agony of unmaking, a reverse birth that threatened to tear us both apart. I became a pillar of light that rose from the center of the pond, a geyser of pure, unadulterated memory. I hit the sky and spread outward, a silver dome that rushed over the valley, over the mountains, over the cities. I touched every mirror, every window, every drop of dew. I wrote myself into the laws of optics. I became the something else that lives in the corner of your eye. Tyler drifted back to the shore, gasping, his body finally, mercifully his own. He was empty, but he was whole. He watched as the pylons shattered and the men in lab coats fled into the woods, chased by the very shadows they had tried to harvest. The violet light faded, leaving the pond clear and still. Tyler stood up, his muscles aching, his mind quiet for the first time in weeks. He walked to the edge of the water and looked down. He saw his reflection. It was just a boy, tired, dirty, but alive. He waited for the reflection to move on its own. He waited for the wink, the smile, the sensation of warmth in his chest. But the reflection stayed still. It did exactly what he did. "Elias," he whispered to the water. There was no answer, only the sound of the wind in the trees and the distant, fading hum of a world that had finally learned how to breathe. But then he noticed something. The water wasn't just reflecting him. It was reflecting the sky, the trees, and the thousands of people standing behind him on the shore. And in the very center of the pond, beneath the surface, there was a single, tiny spark of silver. It wasn't a ghost, it was a seed. Tyler smiled. He turned away from the pond and began the long walk back toward the town. He didn't have a map, and he didn't have a plan. But for the first time in his life, he wasn't afraid of the dark. Because he knew that no matter where he went, no matter how lonely the road became, if he ever needed to see a friend, all he had to do was find a piece of glass. The audit was over. The world was messy, haunted, and beautiful. And somewhere in the shimmer of a passing car window, I was watching him go, holding the glass together, one reflection at a time. The road back to town was not the same road Tyler had walked up. The physical asphalt was there, cracked, gray, and smelling of sun-baked grit, but the dimensions of the world had deepened. It was as if the saturation had been turned up on reality, but only in the peripheral. When he looked directly at a signpost, it was a signpost. When he caught it in his sidelong vision, he saw the phantom of the tree it had once been. A leafy specter shivering in a wind that no longer blew. He walked with a lightness that felt like a new kind of gravity. For weeks, he had carried the density of two souls, the friction of a passenger who lived in his marrow. Now, the silence inside his head was deafening. It was a cavernous, echoing space where Elia's dry wit and frantic warnings used to reside. He found himself pausing, waiting for a sarcastic comment about his posture or a sudden jolt of borrowed adrenaline. But there was only the rhythmic thud of his own boots. As he reached the outskirts of the town, he saw the first signs of the new normal. A crowd had gathered near the old gas station. They weren't screaming, they weren't running. They were standing in a circle, weeping and laughing. In the center of the circle, a man who had died in a factory accident 3 years prior was sitting on a plastic crate, translucent as blown glass but undeniably present. He was holding his wife's hand. Their fingers didn't quite interlock. His hand passed through hers like smoke through a screen door. But the look in their eyes was a bridge stronger than any physical touch. Tyler watched them for a long moment. He felt a pang of envy so sharp it made his breath hitch. They had their ghosts back. He had given his away to save them. "Don't be a martyr, kid," he imagined Elia saying. "It doesn't suit your jawline." He smiled, a dry, cracking sound in the back of his throat. He realized then that he wasn't truly alone. Elias hadn't just vanished. He had integrated. He was the shimmer on the puddles left by the morning rain. He was the way the light caught the dust motes in the air. He was the very medium through which the world now perceived itself. A black SUV, one of the few remaining functional vehicles of the new order, sat abandoned in the middle of the intersection. Its doors were flung wide, and its high-tech monitors were cycling through a frantic series of error messages. Signal lost, data corruption, reality overflow. The driver was nowhere to be seen, likely having fled when his HUD started showing him the childhood pets he'd forgotten or the ancestors who frowned at his paycheck. Tyler walked past the vehicle and caught his reflection in the tinted window. For a split second, his heart hammered against his ribs. He leaned in, his nose almost touching the glass. "Elias," he whispered. The reflection didn't move. It was just Tyler, hollow-eyed, covered in the soot of the Blackwood estate, his hair a matted mess of chestnut and ash. But as he stared, the light shifted. A rainbow oil-slick sheen rippled across the glass, and for the briefest of intervals, the reflection's eyes didn't match his own. They were older, wiser, and filled with a cosmic, twinkling mischief. Then, with a soft asterisk-tink asterisk of expanding glass, the image stabilized. He wasn't there, but he was looking. The glass was the eye, and Elias was the iris. Tyler kept walking until he reached his own neighborhood. The suburban streets felt like a film set that had been left out in the rain, familiar, yet warped. He saw a neighbor, Mrs. Gable, standing in her front yard talking to a young man in a varsity jacket from the 1980s. She was pointing at her rose bushes, explaining how she'd finally got the aphids under control. The boy nodded, his translucent form flickering whenever a car passed, a glitch in the timeline that no longer felt like a threat. When Tyler reached his front door, he hesitated. The house felt heavy. It was the place where the mirror had first started to change him, the place where he'd spent nights whispering to a piece of silvered glass in the bathroom. He pushed the door open. The house was silent, but it wasn't empty. The thinning had settled here, too. The hallway felt longer, the shadows deeper. He walked into the kitchen and saw his mother sitting at the table. She wasn't looking at her phone or a book. She was staring at the toaster. "Mom!" She jumped, her hand flying to her throat. "Tyler, oh thank God, where have you been? The news, the internet, everything just stopped, and then things started appearing." She looked toward the toaster again. Tyler followed her gaze. Standing by the refrigerator was a woman in a housecoat, her hair pinned back in 1940s waves. She was humming a tune that had no melody, her hands moving in the air as if she were kneading invisible bread. "She's been here for 3 hours, his mother whispered, her voice trembling but not entirely afraid. "She doesn't do anything, she just bakes. I think she lived here before the remodel." Tyler walked over to the woman. He could feel the cold radiating off her, a chill that smelled of old flour and damp earth. He reached out, his hand passing through her shoulder. A spark of silver static jumped from his skin to hers. The woman paused. She turned her head, her eyes milky and distant. For a moment, a connection formed, the thickness Tyler still carried acting as a conductor. She smiled at him, a weary, grateful expression, and then returned to her phantom dough. "She's okay, Mom," Tyler said, sitting down across from his mother. "She's just part of the house now. We all are." "What happened to you, Tyler? Your eyes, they look like they've seen 100 years." "I went to the mountain," he said simply. "I met the man who was writing the world down, and I met the one who wanted to read it." He didn't explain further. There were no words for the sensation of a soul unfurling like a solar sail. He reached for a glass of water on the table. As he lifted it, he saw his mother's face reflected in the curved surface of the liquid. Behind her, in the reflection, the kitchen was filled with people, generations of families who had eaten at that spot, their ghosts crowded around the table in a silent, eternal dinner party. He drank the water, and it tasted like starlight. Over the next few days, the world began to find its new rhythm. The new order didn't vanish overnight, but they became irrelevant. Their power had been built on the monopoly of the was, on the ability to hide the past or sell it back to the highest bidder. Now that the past was standing in the grocery store aisles and sitting on park benches, the currency of secrets was bankrupt. The reality anchors the government tried to build were dismantled by the sheer weight of collective memory. You couldn't format a world that was constantly remembering itself. Tyler became a sort of local legend, though he tried to avoid the attention. People noticed that ghosts seemed to stabilize when he was near. The flickering phantoms would grow solid, their voices gaining a hertz of clarity. He was a walking battery, a remnant of the event at the pond. He spent his days walking through the town, a silent shepherd for the lost and the returned. He found the girl from the flapper era sitting by the town fountain. She was crying, her mascara running in dark streaks down her shimmering cheeks. "I can't find my house," she sobbed as Tyler sat beside her. "It was on the corner of Elm and 5th, but there's a parking lot there now, a big gray square of nothing." Tyler looked at the parking lot. Through the other side, he could see the footprint of the house, the ghostly outlines of the joists, the memory of the porch swing. "Close your eyes," Tyler said. He reached out and took her hand. He channeled the silver thread that still connected him to the great mirror. He didn't just show her the house, he projected it. For a few seconds, the parking lot vanished, replaced by a vibrant, yellow Victorian home with white trim. The smell of honeysuckle filled the air. The girl gasped, her form solidifying until she looked as real as Tyler. She ran toward the phantom porch, and as she stepped onto the memory of the wood, she vanished, not into non-existence, but into the was she belonged to. She had found her anchor. "Nice touch," a voice whispered in the back of Tyler's mind. He froze. He looked around, his heart leaping into his throat. Elia's. There was no one there, but on the surface of the fountain's water, a single ripple moved against the wind, forming the shape of a wink. Tyler laughed, a genuine loud sound that made a passing businessman stare. He realized then that the separation wasn't a wall, it was a veil, and veils could be lifted. As weeks turned into months, the thinning became the merging. Humanity learned to live with its echoes. History was no longer something found in books, it was something you had coffee with. The world became a layered masterpiece, a palimpsest of every dream, every death, and every triumph that had ever occurred on its surface. But Tyler knew the work wasn't done. The new order was still out there, hiding in the high-altitude bunkers and the deep-sea labs, trying to find a way to partition the light. They wanted a world that was clean, predictable, and dead. He stood on the ridge overlooking the valley where the Blackwood estate once stood. The pond was still there, a violet eye watching the sky. The silver seed he had seen in its depths had sprouted. A tree was growing there, a tree with bark like polished chrome and leaves that were literal mirrors. It didn't grow toward the sun, it grew toward the truth. "They're coming back, aren't they?" Tyler asked the air. The leaves of the silver tree rustled, though there was no breeze. The reflections on their surfaces shifted, showing him a fleet of drones being prepped in a hangar 1,000 miles away. They were bigger this time, armed with null bombs designed to shatter the atmospheric glass Elias had become. "Let them come," the wind seemed to sigh. "The ledger is destroyed, Tyler. They're trying to fight a flood with a spoon." "But I'm just one person," Tyler said, looking at his hands. "I can't be everywhere." "You aren't one person," the reflection in a nearby puddle replied. Tyler looked down. In the water, he didn't just see himself. He saw the woman in the flapper dress. He saw the Union soldier. He saw the miner, the poet, and the mother. He saw the millions of souls who had been freed. He realized then that the something else wasn't just a haunting, it was an army. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small shard of glass, the very first piece he had found in the woods. It was dull now, its magic spent, but it was still a window. "Elias," Tyler said, his voice firm. "If they want to format the world, we'll just have to give them more data than they can handle. We'll show them everything." Everything. Elias' presence felt like a warm hum behind his eyes. Every heartbeat, every regret, every secret they ever tried to bury, will turn the whole planet into a mirror. If they want to control reality, they'll have to look it in the eye. Tyler held the shard up to the setting sun. The light hit the glass and refracted, sending a beam of pure, brilliant silver across the valley. It hit the silver tree, which amplified it, sending a pulse of light into the atmosphere. High above, the sky began to shimmer. The double exposure effect deepened. For a moment, the entire world saw itself, not as it was, but as it had been and as it could be. It was a moment of total, terrifying clarity. In the bunkers, the men of the New Order fell to their knees. Their screens didn't just go black. They showed them the faces of the people they had erased to get where they were. The null bombs melted in their silos, turned into puddles of harmless lead by the sheer heat of collective memory. The audit wasn't just closed. The auditor had been audited. Tyler stood on the ridge until the sun went down. The world didn't get dark. It stayed luminous, lit by the internal glow of 1 billion souls finally allowed to exist in the same space. He turned and began the walk back to the town. He had a lot of work to do. There were more houses to find, more families to reunite, and a whole new language of the other side to teach the living. As he walked, he hummed the tune the woman in the houseboat had been humming. It had a melody now. It was a song about a mirror that didn't show someone else. It showed everyone else. And in every window he passed, in every mirror, in every dark hallway, a billion reflections smiled back, waiting for the morning. The transition from a haunted boy to a shepherd of ghosts was not a transformation that happened in a single flash of light. It was a slow, gritty erosion of his old self. Tyler found that he could no longer walk through a room without feeling the displacement of air where someone had once stood 50 years ago. He felt the cold spots not as anomalies, but as neighbors. The town of Oakhaven, once a sleepy grid of suburban indifference, had become a crowded theater where every seat was taken, even if the living couldn't always see the audience. He spent his mornings at the local library, not to read, but because the building had once been a Victorian infirmary. The air there was thick with the static of recovery and the heavy, sweet scent of ether that lingered in the corners of the biography section. He sat at a mahogany table, his fingers tracing the wood grain, and felt the rhythmic tapping of a phantom typewriter from an office that had been demolished in 1974. A man sat down across from him. He was solid, wearing a windbreaker that crinkled with real physical movement, but his eyes had the frantic, hollow look of the unseeing. "They say you're the one," the man whispered. His name was Marcus, a local mechanic who had lost his daughter to a fever a decade ago. "They say if you stand near the glass, the pictures come back." Tyler looked at the man's reflection in the polished surface of the table. He didn't see Marcus's daughter yet, but he saw the ghost of the man Marcus used to be, younger, laughing, holding a wrench. The thinning worked both ways. It showed what was lost and what was stolen. "I don't make them come back, Marcus," Tyler said, his voice sounding older than his 19 years. "I just stop the world from hiding them. Elias, the one in the mirrors, he broke the dam. I'm just the one standing in the flood." "Please," Marcus begged, "just the hall mirror in my hallway. She used to jump out and scare me every evening when I got home from the shop. Now I just see a blank wall. It's worse than the silence. It's like she's being erased all over again." Tyler sighed, feeling the familiar tug of the silver thread in his chest. It was a physical sensation now, a tether that led back to the pond, back to the heart of the something else. He stood up. "Lead the way." The walk to Marcus's house was a gauntlet of overlapping eras. They passed a construction site where the workers were swearing at their levels. The bubbles in the spirit vials refused to stay centered, because the ground itself was remembering the swamp it had been 2 centuries prior. A spectral crane, translucent and golden, swung through the modern steel girders, operated by a skeletal crew that tipped their hard hats to Tyler as he passed. Inside Marcus's home, the air was stagnant. It smelled of grief and lemon wax. The mirror in the hallway was an ornate, gold-leafed thing, an heirloom that had survived the audit only because it had been tucked away in a closet during the height of the New Order's purges. Tyler stepped in front of it. He didn't look at his own face. He looked through it. He reached out and pressed his palm against the glass. The surface didn't feel like glass. It felt like the skin of a bubble, warm and vibrating with a low-frequency hum. "He's reaching for her," Elia's voice echoed in the cavern of Tyler's mind. It wasn't a whisper anymore. It was a thought that felt like his own, a seamless integration. "Help him tune the frequency, Tyler. The glass is just a lens. Focus on the resonance of the laugh." Tyler closed his eyes. He thought of the sound of a child's jump, the double thud of sneakers on carpet. He pushed his will into the silvering of the mirror, acting as a bridge between the is and the was. The glass rippled. A smear of color appeared in the center of the mirror, coalescing from a blur of pink and denim into the sharp, vibrant image of a 7-year-old girl. She was mid-giggle, her hands raised to her face. She wasn't a reflection of anyone in the room. She was a reflection of the hallway as it had been on a Tuesday in October, 10 years ago. Marcus let out a strangled sob. He reached for the glass, but Tyler held him back. "Don't touch the surface," Tyler warned. "If you break the tension, she'll scatter. Just look, talk to her. She can hear the vibration of your voice through the frame." Lily, Marcus choked out. The girl in the mirror froze. She turned her head, her eyes wide. She looked at the Marcus of the present, older, grayer, broken, and her expression shifted from playfulness to a profound, ancient recognition. She pressed her small hand against the inside of the glass. On the outside, a frost of condensation formed in the shape of her palm. "Daddy," she mouthed. No sound came out, but the air in the hallway vibrated with the word. Tyler stepped back, his head throbbing. Every time he did this, he felt a piece of himself being pulled into the glass, a microscopic tax for the miracle. He watched them for a moment, the man and the ghost, separated by a millimeter of sand and silver, finally finding a way to say goodbye. He slipped out the front door, leaving them to their private, shimmering reunion. Outside, the sky was beginning to bruise with the colors of twilight, but the sunset was wrong. Instead of fading into black, the horizon was glowing with a pale neon violet, the color of the pond. The atmospheric mirror was activating. He felt a sudden sharp spike of adrenaline that wasn't his own. "Tyler, look up." He looked. High above the town, silhouetted against the violet clouds, were the drones. They weren't the small, buzzing quadcopters used for photography. These were massive, sleek wings of matte black carbon fiber, flying in a perfect V formation. They moved with a predatory silence, their underbellies glowing with a harsh, artificial white light. The new order hadn't retreated to lick their wounds. They had simply been recalibrating. "What are those?" a neighbor shouted, pointing at the sky. "They're filters," Tyler whispered. The drones began to drop something, not bombs, but canisters that burst in midair, releasing a thick, oily black smoke. It wasn't smoke, really. It was an aerosolized form of the null ink the men in lab coats had used at the pond. As the black mist spread, it didn't just block the sun, it began to coat everything. Where the mist touched a window, the reflection died. The ghosts standing on the street corners flickered and vanished as the null ink neutralized the optical laws that allowed them to manifest. The world began to flatten. The vibrant, layered reality Tyler had helped create was being painted over with a coat of digital gray. "They're trying to reestablish the border," Elias hissed. The voice was frantic now, vibrating with a metallic edge. "They're blinding the world, Tyler. If they can't control the reflections, they'll kill the light entirely." Tyler ran toward the center of town, his heart hammering. He could see the effect of the mist in real time. Mrs. Gable's son, the boy in the varsity jacket, was fading. He reached out to his mother, his hand turning into a blur of gray pixels before dissolving into nothing. The screams of the living returned, not screams of wonder, but the old, familiar screams of loss. "How do we stop it?" Tyler shouted, stumbling as the ground beneath him lost its historical texture, turning back into simple, unyielding asphalt. "The pond is the source, but the town is the screen," Elias replied. "You are the projector. You have to give them a signal they can't drown out. Use the water, Tyler. Use the fountain." Tyler reached the town square. The fountain, a stone basin featuring a lion's head, was already being coated in the black sludge falling from the sky. The water inside was turning murky, the silver spark he had planted there struggling to stay lit beneath the weight of the null ink. He jumped into the basin, the cold water soaking his jeans. He ignored the stares of the panicked townspeople. He knelt in the center of the fountain and plunged his hands into the darkening pool. "Elias, take it," Tyler whispered. "Take everything. I'm the lens, right? Then use me." He felt a coldness start at his fingertips and race up his arms, a sensation like drinking liquid nitrogen. It wasn't pain, exactly. It was the feeling of being hollowed out, of his physical matter being converted into pure information. His vision went white. Suddenly, he wasn't standing in a fountain in Oakhaven. He was everywhere. He was the reflection in a billion raindrops falling over the Atlantic. He was the glint on a wedding ring in a darkened bedroom in Paris. He was the shimmer on the surface of a telescope lens pointed at the edge of the universe. He saw the New Order's command center, a sterile, underground bunker lined with monitors. He saw the men in suits watching the Nullink coverage on their screens, their faces illuminated by the gray light of a dying world. "Show them," Elias commanded. Tyler didn't fight the drones with force. He fought them with truth. He reached out through the global network of glass and silver. Every screen in the New Order's bunker suddenly flickered. The gray maps and data points vanished. In their place, the monitors began to show the faces of the operators themselves, but not as they were now. He showed the lead technician the version of himself that had wanted to be an artist before the Order had recruited him with promises of order and safety. He showed the general the ghost of the grandfather whose medals he wore but whose honor he had traded for power. He turned every screen into a mirror of the soul. In the sky above Oakhaven, the drones began to wobble. The Nullink was being overwhelmed by a surge of light coming from within the very particles of the mist. Tyler was projecting the was onto the is with such intensity that the black aerosol began to glow. The mist didn't dissipate, it transformed. It turned into a billion tiny, floating mirrors. The drone's sensors, designed to track grayscale targets, were suddenly blinded by a trillion reflections of themselves. The AI controlling them went into a feedback loop, unable to distinguish the target from the observer. One by one, the black wings stalled and spiraled toward the earth, crashing into the woods in silent, harmless bursts of static. Tyler collapsed back into the fountain, gasping for air. The water around him was clear again, vibrating with a fierce silver light. The sky was no longer violet or gray. It was a crystalline, shimmering blue, filled with a depth that made the stars visible even in the fading light of the afternoon. The townspeople fell silent. They looked at each other and then they looked at the ghosts. The phantoms weren't flickering anymore. They were solid. They were standing in the sunlight, their shadows mingling with the shadows of the living. "It's permanent," Tyler whispered, his voice a rasp. "The veil is gone." "It's not just gone," Elias said, his voice now sounding as if it were coming from the very air around them. "It's been integrated. There is no other side anymore, Tyler. There is only the side." Tyler climbed out of the fountain, his limbs trembling. He looked at his reflection in a nearby shop window. He saw himself, drenched, exhausted, and triumphant. But behind him, filling the street, was a crowd that spanned centuries. He saw knights in rusted mail, flappers in tattered silk, and children in clothes that hadn't been invented yet. They were all looking at him, not as a savior but as a witness. He walked through the crowd, and they parted for him like a tide. He reached the edge of the square and saw a man standing by a lamp post. The man was wearing a lab coat, but it was torn and stained with the purple mud of the pond. It was the lead scientist from the Blackwood estate, the one who had tried to harvest Elias. The scientist was staring at his own hands. They were translucent. "I'm an echo," the man whispered, his voice trembling. They turned the Nullink on the bunker when the screens changed. They tried to format the staff to stop the leak. Tyler looked at the man. He felt no anger, only a profound, weary pity. "You're not an echo," Tyler said. "You're just a part of the memory now. You have to live with what you did. Forever. That's the new law of optics." The scientist looked into the nearest window and screamed. He didn't see a monster. He saw every person he had ever hurt, reflected in the pupils of his own eyes. He turned and ran into the shadows, but the shadows were no longer a place to hide. They were just another layer of the story. Tyler kept walking. He passed his house, but he didn't go in. His mother was there, laughing with the woman in the housecoat, the two of them comparing recipes across an 80-year gap. They didn't need him anymore. He walked back toward the woods, toward the mountain. He reached the pond just as the moon was rising. The silver tree was fully grown now, its branches reaching toward the stars, its mirror leaves reflecting the entire history of the world in a slow, hypnotic dance. He sat at the water's edge. The pond was perfectly still. Elias. A figure stepped out from behind the silver tree. It wasn't a reflection. It was a man, tall and lean, with eyes that held the spark of 1,000 suns. He looked like Tyler, but he looked like everyone else too. He was the composite, the sum of the glass. "You stayed," Tyler said. "I am the glass, Tyler," Elias said, his voice a resonant hum that seemed to come from the earth itself. "I can't leave, but I don't have to be alone anymore." Elias sat down beside him. For the first time, their shoulders touched. There was no static, no chill, just the warmth of two people sitting by a fire. "The new order will try again," Tyler said, looking at the horizon. "They'll find a way to use the new normal. They'll try to tax the ghosts or zone the memories." "Let them try," Elias said, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "It's hard to build a wall when the bricks keep remembering they used to be clay. It's hard to lead a march when the road keeps showing you where you've already been." They sat in silence for a long time, watching the world shimmer. The audit was a memory. The thinning was a birth. Tyler looked down into the pond. He didn't see his reflection. He saw a future where the dead and the living walked hand in hand, where the past wasn't a burden but a conversation. He saw a world where no one was ever truly forgotten, because the very air they breathed was made of the people who had breathed it before. He reached into the water and picked up a smooth, flat stone. He skipped it across the surface. Each time the stone hit the water, it didn't create a ripple. It created a window. One skip showed a bustling city in the year 3000. Another showed a campfire 10,000 years ago. The third skip showed a girl in a yellow dress, waving from a porch that would never fall down. Tyler smiled. He lay back on the mossy ground and closed his eyes. He didn't need the glass to see anymore. He was part of the light. And somewhere in a bedroom in a distant city, a young girl looked into her vanity mirror to brush her hair. She paused, seeing a boy with chestnut hair and a silver spark in his eyes sitting by a pond in the woods. She didn't scream, she didn't run. She just waved. And Tyler, through the infinite, beautiful geometry of the something else, waved back. The girl's wave was a tiny, rhythmic pulse in the vast, interconnected web of the world's new sight. Tyler felt it as a soft hum in his marrow, a confirmation that the static had finally cleared. For the first time since the night at the pond, the silence in his head wasn't a void. It was a clean slate. Beside him, Elias remained a solid presence, his form no longer flickering with the frantic energy of a trapped radio signal. He looked like a man who had finally stepped out of a storm and found a hearth. "It's quiet," Tyler whispered, the grass beneath him feeling unnervingly real, every blade a sharp, cool needle of sensory data. "I expected. I don't know, trumpets or a collapse." Elias picked up a handful of soil, letting it sift through his fingers. The dirt didn't fall like normal earth. It trailed behind it a faint, shimmering wake, as if the very atoms were remembering the stardust they had been eons ago. The transition is never a crash, Tyler. It's a saturation. The new order tried to treat reality like a photograph, something they could crop, filter, and tuck into a folder. But reality is a mirror. If you try to break it, you just end up with 1,000 more mirrors, each one showing the same truth from a different angle. Tyler sat up, his gaze drifting toward the lights of Oakhaven. The town looked different now. It wasn't just the glow of the street lamps or the neon of the diner signs. There was a secondary luminescence, a soft, pearlescent haze that clung to the rooftops and the trees. It was the collective weight of the was, no longer suppressed by the nulling or the audit. He could see the faint, glowing outlines of the old blacksmith shop that had stood where the parking lot was now. He saw the spectral tracks of the trolley line that had been torn up in the 50s, shimmering like silver veins beneath the asphalt. "What happens to them?" Tyler asked, thinking of Marcus and Lily and the thousands of others who were currently clutching at the air, trying to hold on to the people they had regained. "Does it stay like this? Do we just live with our ghosts forever?" They aren't ghosts, Elias corrected gently. They are resonances. A ghost is a haunting, a loop of pain. A resonance is a presence. As long as the world remembers them, they are as real as the stone you threw. But memory is a living thing. It breathes. It changes. Some will fade as the grief that summoned them heals. Others will become part of the landscape, as permanent as the hills. Elias stood up, offering a hand to Tyler. When Tyler took it, he didn't feel the cold, electric shock of the something else. He felt a firm, warm grip. "We have to move," Elias said, his eyes turning toward the dark silhouette of the Blackwood estate on the far ridge. The drones are down and the mist has turned, but the heart of the machine is still beating. The new order isn't just a group of men in suits, Tyler. It's an idea. The idea that the unknown must be paved over. They have a refraction chamber in the basement of that house. If they can't control the world's sight, they'll try to blind the source. Tyler felt the silver thread in his chest tighten. The pond. The pond is the eye, Elias said, and they're preparing to drive a needle into it. They moved through the woods with a speed that felt unnatural, their footsteps synchronized with the heartbeat of the forest. The trees seemed to lean out of their way, the bark rippling with the faces of the centuries. Tyler noticed that he didn't trip on roots or stumble in the dark. The thinning allowed him to see the path as it had been 100 years ago, wider, clearer, worn smooth by the boots of settlers and the paws of wolves. As they neared the perimeter of the Blackwood estate, the air began to sour. The sweet scent of the silver leaves was replaced by the acrid, ozone-heavy stench of high-voltage machinery. The new order had fortified the manor. Even without their drones, they had portable null pylons set up around the garden, black, obsidian-like towers that hummed with a dissonant frequency. Where the pylons stood, the grass was gray and brittle, and the air looked flat like a low-resolution video. "They're creating a dead zone," Tyler whispered, crouching behind a stone wall that was half manifested from the 1920s. "If we step in there, do we disappear?" "You won't," Elias said. "You have a pulse, but I am a creature of the reflection. Inside that field, I'll be nothing but static. I'll be noise in the system." "Then stay here, I'll go." Elias looked at him, his expression a mix of pride and profound sadness. "You've grown into this burden quickly, Tyler, but you can't just walk in and pull a plug. The refraction chamber is powered by a singularity mirror, a piece of the original glass I came through. It's a vacuum. It sucks in all the surrounding light and crushes it. You'll need to give it something it can't swallow." "Like what?" Elias reached out and touched Tyler's forehead. The sensation was like a flashbulb going off behind his eyes. Images flooded his mind. His mother's face when she thought he wasn't looking, the smell of rain on hot pavement, the specific, jagged ache of missing a father he barely remembered, the joy of a bike ride at dusk. "Yourself," Elias said, "not your body, your unfiltered self. Everything the Order wants to categorize and file away. Give the mirror your chaos, Tyler. Give it your contradictions. A machine can't process a paradox." Tyler nodded, though his heart was hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. He stepped out from behind the wall and walked toward the first pylon. As he entered the field of the null pylon, the world didn't just go gray. It went silent. It was a sensory deprivation so absolute it felt like physical pressure. His skin felt like plastic. His breath sounded like a recording played through a cheap speaker. He looked down at his hands and saw they were losing their detail, the lines of his palms smoothing out into a generic, flesh-colored surface. "Don't look at what you are becoming," Elias' voice echoed, faint and distorted, like a radio station from 3 states away. "Look at what you've seen." Tyler closed his eyes and pushed forward. He remembered the mechanic, Marcus. He remembered the weight of the man's grief and the shimmering warmth of the daughter's giggle. He used that memory as a lantern. He felt the null field trying to format the memory, trying to turn Lily into a data point, asterisk subject. Female, age 7, deceased asterisk. But Tyler held onto the smell of her denim jacket and the way she had mouthed the word daddy. He breached the first line of pylons. The air snapped back into focus, the colors returning with a violent, oversaturated intensity. He was in the garden now. The manor loomed above him, a Victorian corpse reanimated with fiber optic cables and steel reinforcements. He didn't take the front door. He followed the hum of the machinery toward the cellar stairs. The basement was a cathedral of cold, white light. In the center of the room sat a massive, spherical structure made of interlocking hexagonal mirrors. It looked like a disco ball designed by a nihilist. Cables thick as pythons snaked across the floor, pulsing with a sickly violet light. A group of technicians in white hazmat suits stood at a console, their fingers flying over touchscreens. In the center of the sphere, suspended in a magnetic cradle, was a shard of glass. It didn't reflect the room. It was a hole in the world, a jagged piece of absolute blackness that seemed to be pulling the very air into its center. "The resonance is peaking," one of the technicians shouted, his voice muffled by his mask. "The local field is failing. If we don't activate the singularity now, the entire town will become a permanent active zone." "Do it," a voice commanded from the shadows. A man stepped into the light. He wasn't wearing a hazmat suit. He wore a perfectly tailored charcoal suit, his silver hair slicked back. It was the director, the man Tyler had seen on the monitors in the bunker. He looked at Tyler not with anger, but with the weary frustration of a gardener looking at a stubborn weed. "You're late, Mr. Miller," the director said. "The world is already beginning to unravel. People are talking to shadows. History is bleeding into the present. Do you have any idea how much paperwork it takes to manage a miracle? How much blood is spilled when two different eras try to occupy the same square inch of soil?" "It's not a miracle," Tyler said, stepping toward the sphere. "It's just the truth. You're the ones lying to the world. You're the ones trying to tell us that what we lost doesn't matter." "Loss is the engine of progress," the director snapped. "We move forward because we leave things behind. If the past never dies, the future has no room to breathe. We aren't the villains here, Tyler. We're the janitors, and you've made a terrible mess." The director signaled to the technicians, "Initiate the inversion." The sphere began to spin. The black shard at its center started to glow with a terrifying, inverted light, a brightness that felt like it was erasing his retinas. The room began to shake. Tyler felt his feet lifting off the ground as the singularity started to draw in the local reality. The walls of the basement began to peel away, revealing the raw, unformed static of the nothing else beneath. Tyler lunged for the sphere. A technician tried to grab him, but Tyler moved with the fluidity of a reflection. He reached the console and didn't look for a switch or a lever. He remembered what Elias had said. "Give it your paradox." He grabbed the two main power cables, the violet energy surging through him instantly. His vision fractured. He saw himself in 1,000 different timelines. A Tyler who had never gone to the pond. A Tyler who had died in the fever. A Tyler who was the director of the New Order. He didn't choose one. He held on to all of them. He thought of the way his mother's laughter sounded like a broken bell. He thought of the way the pond felt like both a grave and a womb. He thought of Elias, the man who was him and wasn't him and would be him. The singularity mirror couldn't handle the input. The black shard began to vibrate, its edges blurring as it tried to reflect a million contradictory versions of the same boy. The hexagonal mirrors of the sphere began to crack, the white light leaking out in jagged splinters. "What are you doing?" the director screamed, shielding his eyes. "You'll collapse the entire sector." "I'm opening the window," Tyler gasped, his skin glowing with a blinding silver radiance. The sphere exploded. It wasn't a blast of fire. It was a blast of asterisk meaning. A wave of pure, unfiltered information surged out of the refraction chamber, traveling through the cables, up the stairs, and out into the world. It hit the null pylons and shattered them into dust. It hit the clouds and turned the falling soot into a rain of diamonds. Tyler was thrown backward, hitting the stone wall with a thud that knocked the wind out of him. He lay there gasping as the basement was filled with a soft, golden dust. The machinery was dead. The hazmat suits were slumped over their consoles, unconscious but alive. The director was gone, not dead, but simply absent, as if the reality that supported his version of order had evaporated. Tyler looked up. The ceiling of the basement had vanished. In its place was the night sky, but it was a sky he had never seen. The stars were huge and vibrant, and between them he could see the faint, glowing bridges of the something else, connecting every point of light to every other point. Elias was standing over him. He looked different now, less like a man and more like a constellation in human form. He reached down and helped Tyler to his feet. "You did it," Elias said. "The singularity is broken. The mirrors are free." "Is it over?" Tyler asked, his voice sounding small in the vast, open space of the new world. "The audit is over," Elias said, "but the reflection is just beginning. Look." Tyler looked out toward Oakhaven. The golden dust was settling over the town, and as it touched the ground, the resonances began to change. They weren't just images anymore. They were taking on weight. He saw Marcus walking down the street holding Lily's hand. She wasn't a flicker of pink and denim. She was a girl, solid and warm, her sneakers making a real sound on the pavement. "They're back," Tyler whispered. "Really back." "They are as back as anyone can be," Elias said. "The wall between was and is has become a bridge. It will take time for the world to adjust. There will be confusion. There will be people who try to build new walls, but they can't hide the sun with a handful of dust anymore." Elias began to fade, his form dissolving into the golden light. "Wait," Tyler called out. "Where are you going? What do I do now?" Elias smiled, and for a second, Tyler saw his own face reflected in the other man's eyes, not as he was, but as he could be. "You don't have to do anything, Tyler. You've already seen. Just keep looking, and remember, the mirror doesn't just show someone else. It shows the person you need to be to save them." With a final shimmering ripple, Elias was gone. Tyler stood alone in the ruins of the Blackwood basement. He felt a cool breeze on his face, smelling of pine needles and the deep, clean water of the pond. He walked out of the manor and down the hill, toward the lights of the town. As he reached the edge of the woods, he saw a woman standing by the road. She was wearing a faded housecoat and holding a basket of laundry. She looked at Tyler, her eyes wide with wonder. "The sky," she whispered, pointing upward. "It's so deep, I can see. I can see my mother's house, right there between the moon and the trees." Tyler looked up. He didn't see a house, but he saw the feeling of a house, the warmth of a kitchen, the sound of a lullaby. "It's always been there," Tyler said gently. "We just forgot how to look." He kept walking, his shadow stretching out behind him. But it wasn't just one shadow. There were dozens of them, a long line of Tylers stretching back through time, all of them walking together, their footsteps falling in a perfect, silent rhythm. He wasn't the boy who had found a mirror in a pond anymore. He was the boy who had become the mirror. And as he entered the town square, the people turned to look at him. They didn't see a hero. They saw a reflection of their own hope, their own loss, and their own sudden, breathtaking reality. Tyler Miller smiled, and the world in all its messy, beautiful, layered glory smiled back. The transition from the basement of the Blackwood estate to the streets of Oakhaven felt like walking through a series of veils, each one thinner and more translucent than the last. Tyler's boots clicked on the pavement, but the sound was layered, a rhythmic echo of leather on cobblestone, the soft thud of moccasins on packed earth, and the metallic ring of a sidewalk that hadn't been poured yet. The singularity had been a dam, and Tyler had not just broken it. He had dissolved the very concept of the wall. As he reached the town square, the air was thick with a gold-tinted mist that didn't obscure vision so much as enhance it. It acted like a developer fluid on the film of reality. People were emerging from their houses, draped in blankets, or still clutching the cordless phones they had been using to call authorities who no longer existed in a recognizable hierarchy. They stood on their porches, paralyzed by the sight of their own front yards. The oak tree in the center of the square was no longer just a century-old landmark. It was a towering pillar of light, its branches stretching into the past and the future simultaneously. Tyler saw the ghost of a gallows that had stood there in 1790, flickering like a candle flame, and superimposed over it was the vibrant, leafy canopy of the present, and further still, a vision of the tree as a fallen log, nourishing a carpet of ferns in a time yet to come. Tyler, he turned. It was Mrs. Gable, the librarian. She was staring at the space beside the fountain. Standing there was a young man in a flannel shirt, his face youthful and unlined, looking exactly as he had in the framed photograph on her desk that Tyler had seen a dozen times. "Arthur," she whispered, her voice cracking. The man turned. He didn't vanish. He didn't flicker. He looked at her with eyes that held the depth of the something else, a look of profound recognition that bypassed the decades of her aging. He took a step toward her, and where his foot touched the concrete, a small sprout of white clover bloomed instantly. "It's the resonance," Tyler murmured, though he knew she couldn't hear him. "It's the love that kept the shape." He kept moving, driven by a tether he could still feel humming in his solar plexus. The silver thread hadn't snapped when Elias disappeared. It had simply changed frequency. It was leading him toward the diner. The neon sign for the Greasy Spoon was humming with a frantic, musical energy. Inside, the booths were crowded, but not just with the Saturday night regulars. There were men in dust-covered overalls from the old mines, women in Sunday best from the Roaring '20s, and teenagers in clothes Tyler didn't recognize, fashions from a decade that hadn't happened yet. They were all sitting together, sharing coffee that smelled of beans roasted a lifetime ago. Behind the counter, Lily was sitting on a stool, swinging her legs. Marcus was standing over her, his hands trembling as he smoothed her hair. He looked up as Tyler pushed open the door. The bell above the door rang with a sound like a cathedral chime. Marcus didn't say thank you. He couldn't. The magnitude of what had happened was written in the way he gripped the counter, his knuckles white, his eyes tracking every breath his daughter took as if she were a miracle made of glass. "It's staying, isn't it?" Marcus asked, his voice hushed. "The null ink, the gray, it's gone." "The order lost their grip," Tyler said, leaning against the doorframe. He felt a sudden, massive wave of exhaustion wash over him. His bones felt heavy, filled with the weight of the histories he had glimpsed. They tried to make the world a single note, but the world is a symphony. You can't just mute the parts you don't like. Lily looked at Tyler and grinned. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a small, smooth stone, the one Tyler had seen Elias skip across the pond. She held it out to him. "He said you'd need this back," she chirped. Tyler took the stone. It was warm, vibrating with a low-frequency hum. As his fingers closed around it, a final surge of clarity hit him. He saw the new order's bunker miles away. He saw the lights flickering out, the monitors showing nothing but static, and the men in suits walking out into the night, their faces blank as they realized their audit was a drop of ink in an ocean of color. They weren't being punished. They were being ignored. The world had outgrown them. "Where are you going?" Marcus asked as Tyler turned back toward the door. "Home," Tyler said. I think my mom is waiting." The walk back to his house was the longest of his life. The geography of Oakhaven was shifting, stretching and folding like a map being handled by a giant. He passed the old mill, which was now spinning its water wheel in a stream that had been diverted into a pipe 50 years ago. The sound of the rushing water was melodic, a rhythmic pulse that matched his heartbeat. When he reached his street, he stopped. His house looked the same, but the garden was a riot of flowers that shouldn't have been in bloom. Peonies, marigolds, and winter roses all shared the same soil, thriving in the overlapping seasons. His mother was standing on the porch. She wasn't looking at the sky or the shifting shadows. She was looking straight at the end of the driveway, her arms crossed over her chest, a familiar expression of worried relief on her face. "Tyler Miller," she called out as he approached the gate. "Do you have any idea what time it is?" Tyler laughed, a jagged, sob-like sound that caught in his throat. He ran up the walkway and threw his arms around her. She smelled like flour and lemon dish soap, the most solid, real thing in a world that had just turned into a kaleidoscope. "I'm sorry," he whispered into her shoulder. "I got caught up." She pulled back, looking at him closely. Her eyes drifted to the silver shimmer lingering around his cuticles, the way his pupils seemed to hold a faint, celestial glow. She didn't ask about the something else. She didn't ask about the drones or the mirrors. She reached up and tucked a stray hair behind his ear. "You look like your father," she said softly. "Not the way he was when he left, the way he was when he decided to stay." She stepped aside, gesturing into the house. "There's someone here to see you. He showed up about an hour ago. Said he was an old friend of the family, though I don't recall the name." Tyler's heart skipped. He walked into the living room, his pulse thundering. Sitting in his father's old armchair was a man. He was older than Elia's, his hair a shock of white, his face etched with the deep lines of a man who had traveled 1,000 miles without moving an inch. He was holding a cup of tea, the steam rising in a double helix pattern. The man looked up, and Tyler saw the mirror. It wasn't Elia's, it wasn't his father, it was the third. "Sit down, Tyler," the man said. His voice was like the grinding of tectonic plates, slow, deep, and inevitable. "We have to talk about the refraction. You've broken the lens, which was brave, but now the light is raw, and raw light burns if you don't know how to channel it." Tyler sat on the sofa, feeling the familiar springs creak beneath him. "Who are you?" Elia said he was the reflection. "Are you the original?" The man smiled, and for a moment the room seemed to expand, the walls stretching out until they were sitting in the middle of a vast, starlit plain. "There is no original, Tyler. That's the secret the Order was so afraid of. There is only the occurrence. We are all echoes of a single event, a moment where the universe looked at itself and blinked. I am simply the one who remembers the blink." He set the tea down on the coffee table. The ceramic clinked against the wood, a sound that resonated through the floorboards like a gong. "The New Order wasn't the first to try and bottle the light," the man continued. "And they won't be the last. Fear is a powerful architect. People will see their lost loved ones, they will see the beauty of the was, and for a while it will be a paradise. But then they will start to see the things they wanted to stay buried, the mistakes, the shames, the versions of themselves they spent lifetimes trying to kill." Tyler thought of the director and the way the man had looked at him, not as a monster but as a mess that needed cleaning. "Is that what you do, manage the mess?" "No," the man said. "That's what you asterisk do. You're the anchor now, Tyler. You're the one who stood in the center of the singularity and didn't blink. The world isn't going back to the way it was. The null ink is dry, but the new world needs a heart. It needs someone who can stand between the is and the was and tell them both to be kind." The man stood up, his form shimmering. He wasn't fading like Elia's. He was expanding, becoming part of the shadows in the corners of the room, part of the wind rattling the window panes. "The pond is still there," the man's voice echoed, coming from everywhere and nowhere. "It's not a gateway anymore. It's a well. If the light gets too bright or the shadows get too heavy, go back to the water. Drink from it. Remember that you are both the mirror and the light." The living room snapped back to its normal dimensions. His mother walked in from the kitchen, carrying a plate of toast. She looked at the empty armchair, then at Tyler. "Where did he go?" she asked, frowning. "He didn't even finish his tea." "He had to leave," Tyler said, reaching for a piece of toast. His hands were steady now. The silver glow had faded into his skin, leaving behind a faint, permanent luster like a pearl. He was just passing through. That night, Tyler didn't sleep. He sat by his window, watching Oak Haven. The town was alive in a way it had never been. He saw a dog barking at a shadow that wagged its tail back. He saw two neighbors who hadn't spoken in 20 years standing on the sidewalk, pointing at a spectral garden that had appeared between their houses, their faces illuminated by the soft, bioluminescent glow of flowers from a forgotten century. He realized that the something else wasn't a place you went to. It was a way you lived. It was the acknowledgement that every moment was haunted by every other moment, and that instead of being a burden, it was a tapestry. He looked down at his own reflection in the window glass. He didn't see Elia's. He didn't see a stranger. He saw a 16-year-old boy with messy hair and tired eyes. But behind those eyes, deep in the dark pupils, he saw the pond. He saw the infinite geometry of the world's new sight. He reached out and touched the glass. The reflection didn't just mirror his movement. It lingered for a fraction of a second, a gentle pressure against his fingertips that felt like a promise. The audit was over. The null ink was gone. Tyler Miller closed his eyes and listened to the sound of a town learning to breathe again. He heard the rustle of leaves that had died 100 years ago, the laughter of children who were yet to be born, and the steady, rhythmic heartbeat of the world as it finally, for the first time, stopped trying to hide from itself. In the distance toward the Blackwood Ridge, a single white bird took flight. It wasn't a bird of flesh and bone, but a flicker of pure resonance. It soared over the trees, over the pond, and up toward the vast, interconnected stars, carrying with it the first true memory of a world that was finally whole. Tyler smiled. He felt the weight of the stone in his pocket, the warmth of his mother in the next room, and the cool, silver hum of the universe in his marrow. He was Tyler Miller. He was the boy from Oakhaven, and he was the mirror that showed everyone that they were never, ever alone. As the first light of a new kind of dawn began to creep over the horizon, painting the sky in colors that didn't have names yet, Tyler finally lay down. He fell into a dreamless sleep, guarded by 1,000 versions of himself, all of them watching over the quiet, shimmering house on the edge of the woods. The world was awake, and for the first time it was beautiful. The sunlight that crept through Tyler's window the next morning didn't arrive in a single, golden beam. It arrived in layers. There was the pale, buttery yellow of a modern Tuesday, the deep, burnt orange of a summer evening from 1954, and a strange, violet-tinted glow that felt like a morning from a century yet to be named. They bled into each other, weaving a tapestry across his quilt that seemed to move even when he stayed still. Tyler sat up, his limbs feeling lighter than they ever had, as if the gravity of Oakhaven had lost its cynical pull. He looked at his hands. The silver luster had settled deep beneath the skin, visible only when he flexed his fingers, like the shimmer of a fish darting in deep water. He felt a strange, dual awareness. He knew exactly where his mother was in the kitchen, the rhythmic asterisk thwack asterisk of her knife against a wooden cutting board. But he also felt the vibration of the old woman 3 houses down as she brushed her hair, and the silent, silver pulse of the pond deep in the woods. "Tyler, breakfast," his mother called. He stood up and caught his reflection in the vanity mirror. For a heartbeat, he didn't see himself. He saw a man in his 50s with kind eyes and a scar on his chin, wearing a coat Tyler didn't own. Then, with a soft ripple like a disturbed puddle, the image snapped back to his 16-year-old face. The refraction the old man had mentioned wasn't a haunting, it was a conversation. The versions of who he could be were simply introducing themselves. He walked into the kitchen. The smell of bacon was intertwined with the scent of wild ramps and wood smoke, smells from the kitchen's past lives when it had been a pioneer cabin and then a boarding house. "Did you sleep all right?" his mother asked, not looking up from the stove. She seemed younger today. The lines around her eyes, those frantic marks of a woman trying to hold a crumbling world together, had softened. "Better than I have in years," Tyler said. He sat at the table and picked up a glass of orange juice. As he drank, he felt the liquid's history, the Florida sun, the hands that picked the fruit, the cold steel of the processing plant. It wasn't overwhelming anymore. It was just asterisk their asterisk, a background hum of connectivity. People are talking outside, she said, gesturing toward the window with a spatula. They're calling it the Great Clarity. Mrs. Gable says she can see the music when the birds sing. And the Miller boy, the one from the hardware store, he says he walked through his front door and found himself in his grandfather's workshop, even though that shed was torn down in the 80s. They spent the morning fixing a chair together. She finally looked at him, her expression turning serious. The world is different, Tyler. It's like someone turned the volume up on everything. Is it? Is it going to stay like this? Tyler reached across the table and took her hand. Her pulse felt like a warm, steady drum. It's not different, Mom. It's just whole. We've been living in a black and white photograph for a long time. Someone just tipped the bucket of paint over. And you're the one who tipped it, she whispered. It wasn't an accusation, it was an acknowledgement. I just held the bucket, Tyler said. After breakfast, Tyler felt the pull again. It wasn't the frantic, jagged tug of the something else demanding to be seen. It was a low, melodic resonance, like a tuning fork held against his ribs. He needed to see the town. He needed to see what happened when the null ink stopped trying to blot out the sun. He stepped out onto the porch. The air was thick with resonances. In the street, a group of children were playing tag, but they weren't alone. Faint, translucent figures of children from decades past ran alongside them, their laughter overlapping in a beautiful, dissonant chord. A golden retriever was barking at a spectral cat perched on a fence that had long since rotted away. The town was a living palimpsest, every era written over the last, but now the ink was all transparent. As he walked toward the town square, he saw the remnants of the new order. A black SUV, the kind that used to strike fear into the hearts of the residents, was parked crookedly on the curb. Its windows were shattered, but not by stones. Vines, thick, lush ivy that seemed to grow inches per minute, were winding through the broken glass, reclaiming the cold metal. A man in a tactical vest was sitting on the sidewalk nearby, his head in his hands. He wasn't being attacked. People were simply walking past him, as if he were a ghost. Tyler stopped in front of him. The man looked up, his face pale, his eyes darting around at the shifting colors of the air. It won't stop, the man whimpered. The sensors, they just melted. There's too much data. There's too much everything. You were trying to measure the ocean with a thimble, Tyler said gently. You can't categorize a miracle. The man looked at Tyler, and for a second his vision cleared. He saw the silver in Tyler's eyes. You're the one, the anomaly, the director. He said you were a glitch. I'm not a glitch, Tyler said, looking up at the great oak which was currently shimmering with the ghosts of 1,000 autumns. I'm the observer, and so are you if you want to be. Just stop trying to file it away. Just look. Tyler left the man there and continued to the diner. He found Marcus and Lily sitting on the steps outside. The diner was closed, but the resonance of it was wide open. The smell of 1,000,000 burgers and the sound of a century of gossip hung in the air like a physical presence. Lily jumped up when she saw him. She looked solid, her pink denim jacket vibrant against the shifting gold of the morning. Tyler, look, she pointed to a puddle on the ground. In the reflection, a small, white dog was drinking water. When Tyler looked at the actual puddle, there was no dog, but the ripples were moving as if a tongue were lapping at the surface. He's my friend from the somewhere else, Lily said happily. He couldn't come all the way through, but he's staying in the water so I can play with him. Marcus stood up, looking weary but profoundly at peace. He looked at Tyler with a new kind of respect. The town is changing, Tyler. People are scared, but they're also waking up. I saw the sheriff earlier. He was crying because he could see his wife's shadow walking beside him. He hasn't been able to say goodbye for 10 years. Now he doesn't have to. It's a lot to handle, Tyler admitted. The old man told me the light can burn if you don't know how to channel it. What do we do now? Marcus asked. If the order is gone, who keeps the peace? Who makes sure the was doesn't swallow the is? Tyler looked at the horizon, where the Blackwood Manor stood like a silent sentinel on the ridge. We don't manage it, we just live in it, but we need to make sure the doors stay open. The Order wanted to shut the mirrors because they couldn't control what was on the other side. We have to be the ones who aren't afraid to look. He felt a sudden, sharp vibration in his pocket. He pulled out the stone Lily had given him. It was glowing with a fierce, pulsing blue light. "Something is happening," Lily whispered, her eyes wide. The air around them began to hum, a sound like 1,000 bees. In the center of the town square near the great oak, the space began to fold. It wasn't a tier like the one in the basement. It was an unfolding, like a piece of origami being turned back into a flat sheet of paper. A figure stepped out of the fold. It wasn't Elias and it wasn't the old man. It was a woman, tall and regal, wearing a dress that seemed to be made of starlight and crow's feathers. Her hair was a river of silver, and her eyes held the same depth as the pond. She looked around the square, her gaze resting on the people, the ghosts, and the overlapping trees. The town went silent. Even the spectral children stopped their play. She walked toward Tyler, her feet making no sound on the pavement. As she moved, the resonances seemed to align, the colors harmonizing into a single, breathtaking spectrum. "The anchor," she said, her voice sounding like wind through wheat. She stopped a few feet from Tyler. "You have done what few have the courage to do. You didn't just break the mirror, you invited the reflection in for tea." "Who are you?" Tyler asked, his heart hammering against his ribs. "I am the weaver," she said. "I am the one who ties the threads that Elias cuts and the old man remembers. I am the present tense, Tyler, and I have come to tell you that the bridge is not yet stable." She gestured toward the Blackwood Ridge. "The new order was just a symptom. There are darker things than men in suits, Tyler. There are those who feast on the null-ink, entities that prefer the world gray and silent. They are not happy that the light has returned. They are gathering at the edges of the refraction, waiting for the anchor to slip." Tyler felt a chill that had nothing to do with the morning air. "What do I have to do?" The weaver smiled, a beautiful, terrifying expression. "You have to go back to where it started, not the manor, not the basement. You have to go back to the water. The pond is the heart of the occurrence. It is the lens through which the universe watches Oakhaven. If you want to protect this beauty, you must become its guardian." She reached out and touched the stone in Tyler's hand. The blue glow intensified until it was blinding. "The stone is a key, Tyler, but it is also a weight. It will keep you grounded when the something else tries to pull you away. But you cannot stay in Oakhaven, not if you want Oakhaven to survive." "I have to leave." Tyler looked back at his house, at the kitchen where his mother was probably still humming a tune, at Marcus and Lily. "You must live in the between," the weaver said. "You must be the one who stands at the gate. You will see everything, the past, the present, the future, but you will belong to none of them. That is the price of the mirror." Marcus stepped forward, his face etched with concern. "He's just a kid. You can't ask him to give up his life for a world that just woke up." "He has already given it up," the weaver said softly. "The moment he looked into the pond and saw someone else, the boy he was ceased to exist. He is the reflection now, and the reflection must have a home." Tyler looked at Lily, who was clutching Marcus's hand. He looked at the townspeople, who were finally seeing the magic they had been denied for so long. He saw Mrs. Gable talking to her lost Arthur. He saw the beauty of the messy, layered reality he had fought to unleash. He knew she was right. He could feel the refraction pulling at the edges of the town. Without an anchor, the overlapping eras would eventually collide, turning the symphony into a cacophony that would tear the world apart. He was the only one who could hear the melody. "I'll go," Tyler said. His voice was steady, surprising even himself. "Tyler, no," Marcus said, taking a step toward him. "It's okay, Marcus," Tyler said, smiling. "I'm not going away, I'm just going deeper. I'll be there. In the reflections, in the shadows, in the way the light hits the water. I'll be watching over you, all of you." He turned to the weaver. "Show me what I need to do." The weaver nodded, and the world around them began to dissolve into a swirl of silver and gold. The town square, the diner, Marcus and Lily, they all became streaks of light, spinning faster and faster. Tyler felt himself being lifted, his feet leaving the pavement. The stone in his hand grew heavy, pulling him toward the center of the vortex. He wasn't afraid. He felt a profound sense of purpose, a clarity that bypassed his mind and settled directly into his soul. The light peaked in a silent explosion of color, and then, suddenly, everything was quiet. Tyler was standing on the surface of the pond. The water didn't sink beneath his boots. It held him like a sheet of solid glass. The woods around the pond were silent, but they were no longer just woods. Every tree was a pillar of history, its leaves shimmering with the memories of every bird that had ever nested in its branches. The sky above was a deep, impossible indigo, filled with stars that weren't just points of light, but windows into other worlds. In the center of the pond, where the black water had once been, there was now a structure. It wasn't a house or a temple. It was a cathedral made of light and liquid, its walls constantly shifting like the surface of a bubble. "This is the anchor point," the weaver's voice echoed, though she was nowhere to be seen. "This is where the is meets the was. This is your home, Tyler Miller." Tyler walked toward the structure. As he moved, he saw the town of Oak Haven reflected in the water beneath his feet. He saw his mother sitting on the porch, looking toward the woods with a sad but knowing smile. He saw Marcus and Lily opening the diner, the ghosts of the past helping them sweep the floors. He saw the New Order agents leaving town, their black SUVs disappearing into the mist of a world that no longer had a place for them. He reached the entrance of the cathedral. The doors were made of pure silver, etched with the faces of everyone he had ever known, and millions he hadn't. He looked back one last time at the woods, at the path that led back to his old life. He felt a pang of longing, a sharp memory of the boy who had just wanted to find his father's old watch. But then he felt the resonance of the world, the beautiful, terrifying, infinite world, and he knew he had chosen the right path. He placed his hand on the silver door. It was cold, but it warmed instantly to his touch. "I am the mirror," he whispered to the silence. The doors swung open, revealing a world of pure, refracted light. Tyler Miller stepped inside, and as the doors closed behind him, the surface of the pond smoothed over, becoming a perfect, unbroken reflection of the stars. The boy was gone, the anchor was set. And in the town of Oak Haven, the people looked at their reflections in the windows and the puddles, and for the first time in 1,000 years, they didn't see strangers. They saw themselves in all their layered glory, and they weren't afraid. The something else was finally home. Inside the Cathedral of Light, the architecture was not made of stone or timber, but of crystallized moments. Tyler walked down a nave where the walls were composed of translucent honeycombs, each cell flickering with a different memory of Oak Haven. In one, a blacksmith in 1842 struck an anvil. In another, a young girl in 1998 blew out birthday candles. In a third, a forest fire from a forgotten era raged in silent, crimson beauty. This was the archive of the Is, the place where every heartbeat of the town was stored to prevent it from dissolving into the nulling. At the center of the great hall stood a pedestal of obsidian, perfectly dark against the shimmering surroundings. Tyler knew instinctively what it required. He placed the blue stone, the gift from Lily, the key from the weaver, onto the dark surface. The moment the stone touched the obsidian, a pulse of sapphire light shot upward, piercing the ceiling and vanishing into the indigo sky. The entire structure hummed, a low-frequency vibration that settled into Tyler's marrow. He wasn't just standing in the cathedral, he was becoming its nervous system. He sat upon a bench made of woven willow branches that felt as sturdy as iron. As he closed his eyes, his consciousness didn't fade, it expanded. He felt the roots of the great oak in the town square thirsty for rain, He felt the rust on the swing set in the park. He felt the exact moment a letter was slid into a mailbox 3 miles away. He was the anchor, the weight that kept the balloon of reality from drifting into the void. But the Weaver had warned of shadows. As the first day of his vigil passed, though time here moved like syrup, stretching and folding, Tyler felt a coldness at the periphery. It wasn't the natural chill of the pond water. It was a sterile, hungry cold. In the reflections on the walls, the vibrant colors began to gray. The blacksmith's fire grew dim. The birthday candles flickered toward extinction. The nullink was not a substance, Tyler realized. It was a consensus of forgetting. It was the collective weight of every person who had ever said it's just a dream or there's nothing there. It was the entropy of the soul, and it was gathering at the gates of his cathedral. He stood up, his silver eyes flashing. Through the translucent walls he saw them, tall, featureless shapes that looked like tears in the fabric of the world. They were the silencers, the entities the Weaver had mentioned. They didn't have faces, only voids where features should be. They moved with a jerky, stop-motion gait, trailing ribbons of gray smoke that leached the color from the trees as they passed. They reached the edge of the pond, their presence causing the water to hiss and steam. They didn't walk on the surface as Tyler did. They sank into it, trying to pull the anchor point down into the depths of the somewhere else, where nothing ever changed and nothing ever grew. "You can't have it," Tyler whispered. His voice didn't travel through the air, it vibrated through the light itself. He stepped out of the cathedral, standing once more upon the liquid glass of the pond. The silencers rose from the water surrounding him. They were taller than he was, smelling of ozone and old paper. One of them reached out a hand, a long, spindly thing that looked like a winter branch, and touched Tyler's shoulder. The cold was agonizing. For a second, Tyler saw himself as the New Order saw him, a broken boy in a dying town, a glitch to be erased. He felt his memories of his mother's laughter and Marcus's steady hand beginning to fray, turning into gray dust. "Look into the mirror," a voice whispered in his head. It wasn't the Weaver, it was his own voice, echoed from 1,000 different versions of himself. Tyler didn't pull away. He leaned into the cold. He reached out and grabbed the silencer's arm. "I see you," Tyler said. The silencer recoiled, but Tyler didn't let go. He poured his refraction into the entity. He showed the void the color of a sunrise in 1954. He showed it the taste of orange juice and the sound of a dog barking at a ghost. He showed it that even the nullink was once part of the light, a shadow cast by a sun it had forgotten. The silencer shuddered. The gray smoke began to swirl, catching the silver light from Tyler's skin. The featureless void of its face rippled, and for a fleeting second a human expression appeared, a look of profound, aching relief. Then, with a sound like a glass bell shattering, the entity dissolved. It didn't die, it simply integrated. The gray became silver, the vacuum became a breath. The other silencers paused. They were not creatures of malice. Tyler understood them. They were creatures of hunger, starving for the reality they had been exiled from. "There is enough for everyone," Tyler shouted, his arms spread wide. He tapped into the archive behind him. He threw open the doors of the cathedral and let the history of Oakhaven pour out in a tidal wave of light. Every forgotten song, every unrequited love, every secret joy that had been stored in the honeycombs came rushing out. It washed over the pond, over the woods, and through the silencers. The gray shapes were consumed by the kaleidoscope. They didn't fight, they drank. They absorbed the is until they were no longer tears in the world, but part of its tapestry. The woods around the pond erupted in a second bloom, flowers from 5 different centuries opening their petals simultaneously. When the light settled, the silencers were gone. The pond was still, reflecting a sky that now held 3 moons, the moon that was, the moon that is, and the moon that would be. Tyler slumped to his knees, exhausted. The silver luster in his skin was dim, but his heart felt like a sun. He had done more than anchor the world. He had fed it. A soft splash behind him made him turn. Elias was standing there. He didn't look like a ghost anymore, nor did he look like the terrified man from the basement. He looked whole. He was wearing his old hardware store vest, and he was holding a small, silver pocket watch. "You did it, Ty," Elias said. His voice was warm, a perfect resonance. "Dad?" Tyler asked, his breath hitching. "I can't stay," Elias said, stepping closer but remaining just out of reach. "I'm part of the was now, but because of you, the was isn't a prison anymore. It's a garden. I get to walk through the oak haven I loved, and I get to see the man you've become." He held up the watch. "It's fixed, by the way. Time doesn't break here." "Does it hurt?" Tyler asked, "being there?" "It's like being a note in a long, beautiful song," Elias said. "You don't want it to end because the next note is just as good. You're the conductor now, Tyler. Keep the music playing." Elias began to fade, his form turning into a shower of golden sparks that drifted toward the cathedral. "Tell your mother. Tell her the bacon always smelled better when she cooked it." Then he was gone. Tyler stood up and walked back into his light-filled home. He went to the center of the hall and looked into the obsidian pedestal. The blue stone was gone, replaced by a pool of clear water. He looked into the water. He didn't see someone else anymore. He saw himself, but he also saw the town. He saw Mrs. Gable finally letting go of Arthur's hand, both of them smiling as he faded into a peaceful memory. He saw the sheriff putting away his wife's old coat, no longer needing the physical object to feel her presence. He saw Marcus and Lily sitting on the roof of the diner, watching the impossible stars. And he saw his mother. She was in his bedroom, touching the quilt on his empty bed. She wasn't crying. She was looking at the vanity mirror. Tyler reached out and touched the surface of the water in the pedestal. In Oak Haven, in a quiet house on the edge of the woods, a ripple passed over the glass of a vanity mirror. His mother gasped as the silver surface shimmered. For a moment, the image of her son appeared, not as a ghost, but as a radiant, living presence. He looked older, wiser, and infinitely loved. He smiled at her, and she pressed her hand against the glass. "I'm here, Mom," the reflection whispered. "I know," she replied, her voice steady. "I can see you. I can see everything." The reflection faded, but the warmth remained. Tyler sat back on his willow bench in the heart of the pond. He had a long task ahead of him. The world was still waking up, and there would be other shadows, other new orders who would try to claim the light for themselves. He would have to be vigilant. He would have to be the one who showed them that they were never, ever alone. He picked up a phantom book from a shelf of light, a history of Oak Haven that hadn't been written yet. He opened the first page and began to read. Outside, the 3 moons climbed higher into the indigo sky. The occurrence was no longer an event. It was the new state of being. The world was messy, it was overlapping, it was strange, and it was beautiful. And in the silence of the cathedral, the anchor smiled, watching over the reflections of a world that had finally learned how to see. The mirror that shows someone else had finally found its true purpose. It didn't show a stranger. It showed the truth, that every soul was a facet of the same diamond, and as long as one person was left to watch the light, the darkness would never be absolute. Tyler Miller, the boy from Oak Haven, closed his eyes and listened to the heartbeat of the world. It was a good sound. It was the sound of home.